Hello everyone and welcome here in Chess. This is Chessable Sunway Chess Festival 10th edition already, and in this studio we are working for you, Women Grandmaster Katie and International Master Michael Rahal. Michael, day 3 is about to start.
Day 3, third round. Things, as we said yesterday, are heating up, and the wonderful Chess seaside behind us. It's just after 4:30 in the afternoon. In about half an hour, the sun will start going down, and we'll have a wonderful sea set just behind us here in the wonderful Chess Bay area. And the games are also heating up a lot, like Chess today.
It is, and we had a bit of upset yesterday. First-rated player Dominguez Lanier, Grandmaster, top 10 in the world. He drew his first game, and there is a lot of speculation around this player as he has a good chance to get the seat at the candidates. But there's a Vasilisa who also competes with him for this one seat. This tournament is very important for Dominguez, but there are more 400 and plus players from around 50 federations. All of them are right now here. They have just started the clocks and the games. And Michael, I think it's time to take a look at today's pairings. Let's see what we have.
Let's go for them. Let's go for them.
There we go. As Dominguez is now out of the first board, Kirill Aleksenko, a second-seeded player, will take over. He will play against Morris James. Then we have Aravin against Kushko Dmitry. Then we have Puranik against Saidaliev, and Vilo against Mendonca. Many more players. We can see two Argentinian players now playing side to side against each other. We see a lot of Indian players too. We can see how many of them are right now on the top 10 boards. It's a domination really in this tournament.
There are 72 Indian players here in the first group. That's nearly a fourth of the players. So it's to be expected that they'll be in the top boards. We can't see Lanier here because, of course, after this draw yesterday, he's on 1.5 over 2. So he's dropped down to board 30, as there are 60 players with 2 points out of 2. And as we said yesterday, Ketty, nearly all of the pairings in the third round are already very, very strong. We have international masters of more than 2,400, or very strong FIDE masters also with more than 2,400, playing against seasoned grandmasters. However, we do have a camera focusing on Lanier's game because, as you said before, it's the most important game of the tournament. Although he's half a point behind the leaders, he is playing for the spot of the candidates. He needs to overtake Wesley. So he's not doing so well after yesterday's draw. He needs to win a few games in a row. And today, he faces a really interesting player, which we'll see now. But to finish with the pairings, I think some interesting matchups today will be the two Argentinian players facing the Indian players. And also, obviously, to see if Aleksenko and Aravin can carry on pushing forward with their tournament. We already see Lanier playing against his opponent. If we can zoom in, this will be interesting because he's playing against a 13-year-old Indian. And as our streamer elite Jules Gambit said today on Twitter, this is the type of opponent you don't want to face in an open tournament. A 13-year-old Indian kid who has already defeated 2 international masters with more than 2,400. And he's only 1,800 rating, Ketty. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It is a truly very tricky situation for Dominguez. Now we can see, starting from the very beginning, this is 10 minutes in the game. He is very focused. He tries to concentrate and can't really afford another draw in this tournament. At this point, he needs to win all his game. The opponent has 1860 FIDE rating. This is very scary zone for Dominguez. Let's take a look right now. Playing venue, let's check it out. What's the situation if all the players have already arrived in the playing venue? So we have the main playing venue, big hotel with a lot of rooms. And mostly all the players are located here. But it's a big tournament. You can't have all the tournaments together. And there are also the apartments where some of the players are staying at the apartment, and they can just take a little walk before they reach to the place. So you can see right now, this player, for instance, is waiting for his opponent.
Yeah, he's waiting for the other Argentinian opponent. He hasn't arrived yet. But as you said, most of the players are near the hotel in the apartments or hotel rooms. But many other players are also in other hotels, other apartments, nearly all at walking distance. But of course, I think there's about 15 minutes where you can still arrive to the board. But if you're too late, then you could end up losing by forfeit if you don't arrive. One interesting thing with respect to the linear pairing is that according to FIDE rules, current FIDE rules, you can only play a rated game against one player per tournament that has more than 400 points more than you. Lenier already did that in the first round and achieved the 0.8 rating point.
Yes.
So today, even if he wins his game against this 1800 player, he doesn't sum up any other rating points. So as you said, he needs to win, but not for the rating point today. He won't get any extra rating if he wins, but he needs to win to carry on in the following rounds playing against higher rated players. He needs at least a 2350 rated player to be able to score this 0.6 or 0.8 rating. Is very difficult.
It's
Very
never an
difficult.
easy
Never
path
easy.
for a chess player to achieve the goal, the big goal. So here we are, this is round 3. We have just started the tournament. Out of 10 rounds, this is truly just beginning. I believe it's now time to take a look at the prices. We do have quite nice prize font and also a lot of categories. So the prices are divided into several categories. Right now we can see Group A, and we have 5,000 euro and a trophy and a photo on the wall in the hotel.
In the hotel, yes.
Which is a venue of this tournament, and seems like this tournament will last for many more years. Then the runner-up will get 3,000 euro. We do have the prices in the Group A up to 15 places. Let's go now to check out the other group categories too. We do have price in the yellow category as well.
The rating prices, yes, section prices, yes.
So in the player in these rating categories performing good will achieve some of the
not
nice
bad
prizes.
prices. 300 euros for a 2300 player. It's not a bad price because it's
Price
difficult.
is a price.
A price is a price.
Price
300
is a
euros at
price.
the end of the tournament, it's not bad.
That's right. And we do have also other prices too. This is Group A, actually the rating category. So the total prize fund is 21,400 euro in Group A, but we do have also Group B, and if I'm not mistaken, the total prize fund was overall 28,000 euro, which makes this tournament even more
nearly 30,000 is a lot of money for a tournament of chess. Yes, it's very
attractive for
very
everyone
potent.
to
Yes,
come and
very
play.
potent.
Besides that, we do have a lot of side events every day with a small cash prize in there. And for instance, yesterday we had a Blitz tournament, first Blitz tournament. The hall area, the room where the players were playing, was full of day players. And the hall, there was a huge line to walk into the room. So it's a festive atmosphere here. When you're done with your chess game, there's another part of the day when you can play Blitz games
A lot
or
of
some fun
kids,
games.
a lot of kids last night
yeah.
playing the Blitz. A lot of expectation. They just love playing. I mean, they're not done. I would be already tired and about to go to bed, and they're down there waiting for the 3+2 Blitz tournament. And this morning we had the masterclass of rice. There was some sort of paella rice going on. It looked very cool. So there's always something to do. And also there was the masterclass. Today was my turn. Every day, an international master, grandmaster gives a lecture, and there's always
I heard
fans who come along.
that some of the people were really,
Nice.
really excited with the positions that you were showing.
There was
and,
did you see we were lucky when one of the players of the positions came in?
Yeah.
And that was not staged. I was
Yeah.
offering one of the positions. Everyone was trying to decide what to play. And the player walked along the hall, saw the position and said, wow, that's mine. So I had to come on in, and he joined us, and that was cool. That was not staged, but it came out okay.
That's not staged, neither this background right now what we have on the screen, but it's time to dive into the chess part of the transmission and go ahead and take a look at the games. Shall we start with the first, with Dominguez, to check it out how he started the
Sounds great.
session?
Dominguez, we have to remind spectators that he is on board 30, because he has dropped behind the pack of leaders with 1.5 out of 2. But even so, as it's a main venture for the tournament, he has been seated on one of the boards of the camera. So we still have a camera on him, as you all can see. On the left side of the screen, we have Lenier, who is in full concentration. And on the other side, this 13-year-old Pranav from India, he looks very like Pragnananda when he was 12 years old, actually.
Yeah.
With the little white dot in the middle like Pragnananda had when he was a kid. And he's just looking at the board next to him. He's okay. He's having the time of his life.
Ooh.
He's defeated
Flying
2 international masters.
Dominguez.
So he must be thinking, who's this Lenier guy? I mean, come on. This must be an easy outing for me today. Which obviously it won't be. But of course, Lenier has to... Lenier probably in many years hasn't faced a player under 2,000 rating. I have to check this stat, but I wouldn't be surprised. He has to get through this game. He's playing with the white pieces. He must win today. He really is in a must-win situation. I mean, no other result would be good for him today. He's in a must-win situation. Go on to the rest of the other 7 rounds.
Yeah, right now what I see is he is minus 3.4 rating at this point, including the first round that he got this one. So if he actually ties the game today and the result, that can increase.
That would be horrible. If he isn't capable of winning today and only gets a draw, he's going to lose another, let's say, 5 points or 6 points. That would take him down to minus 10. And bearing in mind he needs to finish with +2 points, that would mean basically he would have to win the next 7 games in a row. A really tough situation. So he has to win today. He is in a must-win situation.
He is in a must-win situation. And on the other side of the board, there's a young kid hungry to play any chess game, whoever the opponent it is.
He probably played the Blitz last night as well.
Yeah, for sure. There were so many young players yesterday, so eager to play more and more games. You mentioned, Michael, that he beat it earlier, the International Master yesterday. Yeah. He beat the International Master almost 2,400, and before that FIDE Master as well.
Very strong,
almost 2,300 players. So this is already his very good tournament.
Of course, he's going for an IM norm. Now the thing is, some of you might be interested in understanding why Lenier with 1.5 is playing with someone who has actually won the 2 games.
Yeah.
And this is a rule in chess called a floating. Sometimes in chess you have an unpaired number of players in a group of points. In this case, there's 59 players with 2 points. 58 of them play together, and one of them has to float down and catch the strongest player in the lower group. So Lenier is floating up to catch the player with 2 points.
Yeah.
This can only happen once every round. So tomorrow, Lenier can no longer float up again. He will play tomorrow against someone with 2.5. So things are looking good. And
looking so
if you
good.
want,
The
we
position
can-
is not looking so good. Actually, this is very symmetrical
We
position
can check the
so
opening
far.
if you want. I mean, it's
it's
a basic opening, and we
yeah.
can go through it very quickly. So Lenier started with e4, and an interesting. I was talking to Jose Carlos, as you know, Grandmaster, and he takes care of the Spanish commentary with Maria Rodrigo. He was telling me that Lenier has a very computer-esque approach to the game, where he just plays the main lines of the computer and goes with the analysis of the computer. So expect him to play normally main lines. So he goes for the Ruy Lopez, the main line of the Spanish opening, bishop to a4, knight to f6, and castle. Main line of the Spanish opening, b5, and bishop e7. Now here generally we play rook e1, but instead of rook e1, which is the general move in these positions, as his opponent has played a rapid b5, Lenier probably wants to sidestep one of these Marshall gambits with d5. As you know, they're very dangerous. He probably doesn't want to go down that road, and so he plays his main a4 attack, taking advantage that the pawn on b5 is extended. After a4, the threat is pawn takes pawn. This is a clear threat that has to be parried, so his opponent has just developed the bishop to b7, protecting the rook, and also as some way hitting the pawn on e4. Lenier goes for d3, a very solid approach, just protecting the pawn and preparing later on to finish the development and just, play a standard way with knight to f1. Or he can also play more creatively with knight to c3 and knight to d5. Both are possible and are interesting. His opponent has played d6.
Right.
There's nothing to pin on g4, so he doesn't really have to waste the tempi playing h3. And Lenier is now bishop d2. This is a move that surprises me slightly. I wasn't expecting this move. I'm not sure if it's theory or not, but he's got the kid thinking
I think
now.
he wants to somehow avoid this knight a5, c5 sort of setups.
Yes.
So he goes that it's never a bad idea to get your opponent who is way low rated than you are, who has played way less than you have played the chess game, to get him out of the book.
Gets him out of the book. I'm playing against you, not against your trainer or against your opening files. Now you're playing against me. That's a very good idea. Bishop to d2, preventing knight to a5, as you correctly say. Very nice. This does make me think that the knight will eventually come out by c3, maybe even by a3, but probably by c3. So now we are expecting castle, and then Lenier will probably play either knight c3, or maybe exchange pawns, and then play knight c3. We'll have to wait a couple of minutes to see.
I'm also thinking that white can make some of the waiting moves, like for instance rook e1. In this position is quite nice to prepare this c3 d4. Sometimes e4 pawn is guarded by the rook, and if here a player knows one plan only, and this plan is taken away, knight to a5, c5, then you are burning your time of the.
You might be struggling
You might go to the wrong direction to make one very small inaccuracy, which can be more than enough for Dominguez to set up the play.
That's actually quite a good strategy. If you've seen some of the games your opponent or his trainer has seen that the kid normally plays with knight to a5, they might have thought, let's take this idea away. And now he has to think on his own. He's already spent nearly 5 minutes, so I think I agree with you. He's out of his comfort zone and thinking on his own. So we'll get back to here in a while.
Yes, very interesting game. Michael, also first board, Alesenko against James Morris is very interesting. We have this very nice setup in the center from Kirill Alesenko, and the bishop on d6. Very often we're asking the questions, where this bishop gonna go, because for the moment it looks not the best piece. Also stopping d pawn, going forwards to develop the light square bishop.
When we learn chess, Kitty, as you know, they always tell us, never put your bishop in front of a pawn on d3 or d7, because you just block the development of the other pieces. But nowadays the computers have started to suggest these weird moves that sometimes have their sense. If white decides to capture the knight, black captures with the d7 pawn, and then no longer the bishop on d6 is so badly placed. And if he doesn't capture, the bishop does guard the pawn on e5 and allows black to play moves such as knight to d4. Kirill played quite well yesterday. He defeated his opponent. James Morris is an international master from, if I'm not mistaken, Australia or New Zealand. I think it's Australia. 24, 37 player. He's made a long trip to come here.
Oof,
and I suspect that he might have come for more than one tournament. These players, when they come to Europe, they normally come to play 2 or 3 tournaments because, I mean, he's so far away, no? Do we get his country?
Australia.
Oh, Australia. Okay, yeah. I thought it was Australia. I wasn't sure about the flag.
Actually, Michael, today when I had a lunch, I was working a little bit, and I saw that James was there working also, perhaps with his student and preparing the game.
I saw her
with
the girl.
Yes,
I saw her. Yes, I saw her
and
as well.
very often I sit very close to them, with zero interest to look at the chessboard or whatever, but they had the laptop in between them, and I could see clearly the position. And when I saw, of course, I wanted to memorize the face of the players, because you never know. I would never expect he was playing on the first board, because I don't know who's him.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a fun
and
stat.
they had sort of a reaction that they were not trusting me in a way, because they thought I was also a player here, and obviously don't want to show your preparation to your opponent. By the chance you're playing against the person.
He's clearly making a risky decision. However, I suspect that his student is either playing in the A group. I didn't recognize her, but she might be a student or a friend from the B group, maybe. So maybe he wasn't too worried about some random grandmaster coming in and listening onto his commentary. What I'm sure he wasn't doing was preparing against Alexeyenko in the cafeteria. That would really be a risky move.
No. I see another player, woman FIDE master, Lilian from Australia.
It might be her. It might be her. So, but that's tough, because that means he has to prepare his own really tough game and also take care of probably his student. So double work, very satisfying, especially if your student wins. But my experience in tournaments, Ketty, is that when I'm playing for myself and also preparing kids, most of my energy somehow leaves my own play and goes towards them, and they normally win a lot of rating points, which are basically the ones I lose. So, but of course, as a trainer, I'm not so worried about my rating, although everyone is slightly. So he played e4, and I think this was a Rossolimo, which is one of the variations which is very trendy today. Many Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana games in the Rossolimo in the World Championship. And this e5 move is a move which has been very trendy, and Nakamura actually has played this move a couple of times, placing his bishop on d6. And of course, if you don't know the variation, this is a very, very weird move. But as I said before, if white captures the knight, then the bishop is not so badly placed on e5. And if he doesn't capture the knight, I saw some Nakamura games where the black knight went to e7, he castled short, and when white went c3 and d4, suddenly the bishop would launch attacks on the h2 pawn. So there is some.
I like that.
There is some ideas behind the madness of putting a bishop in front of your d7 pawn.
I like that.
However, if white doesn't capture and doesn't break open, the problem for black is how to develop the b7 bishop. Nakamura used to do it playing a6 and b5. And either you exchange or the bishop goes to b7. So it's an interesting idea. Weird at first glance, but theoretical and more than playable. So James, I think he probably knew this. He went a4. I think most of Nakamura's opponents were going c3 and then going back with the bishop to c2. But okay, a4, knight to f6, d3, castle, knight to c3. And I'm expecting at some point black will go either knight to d4 or pawn to a6. Now the position is more similar to some Italian variation with a weird c5 in the mix. But okay, it's playable.
It's playable. Yeah, well, I just got very funny information, really interesting
Of course, of
information
course.
too from the chat. We are streaming on YouTube and on Twitch. There are a lot of channels that we are trying to put all this information,
Of
the
course.
games on. So guys, feel free to write us some interesting information on the players that we're talking right now, or if you have any some sort of ideas, because we are reading them and we can bring it on the stream. So the opponent of Dominguez is
What do you found out about him? Should we go back? Should we ask for the game
no,
to be?
just information. Pranav, this very
Yes,
young kid,
young kid.
seems to be one of the viewer of chess streamer.
Okay.
Who was actually watching a lot of chess streams, perhaps.
Okay.
And
He
now-
enjoys watching streams
yes,
then.
yes,
Okay.
yes, that's very interesting.
Hi to Pranav. He sees this. He might see this afterwards in a while. Okay. So, nowadays, young kids hardly ever watch the TV. They're just seeing their favorite streamers, and some of them even streaming themselves. So, it's
Yeah,
something,
that's for
something
their
getting a
stream.
lot of traction now.
All right, so we learned how the bishop got on d6. What's the idea of bishop d6? Very nice idea here, by the way. But somehow White is not very confused with the whole idea.
No.
He has very comfortable time on the clock. He has his ideas and very solid position.
He's
for
playing
White
it
as
solid.
well.
He hasn't gone for anything weird. He hasn't exchanged the knight. What he might be considering to do, we'll have to see, but he might be considering to play bishop g5, pinning the black knight, and the bishop on e7 might have to retreat to e7. So really, Alexenko has to think, in this position, what other openings might arrive at this sort of pawn structure, and where should he place his pieces? He has to decide, should I play h6 now and block this bishop going to g5? Or should I play rook e8, for example, allow the bishop to go to g5, and then unpin the bishop with bishop to e7? He's going through this in his head, and apart from that, he's also probably thinking, should I go a6 and hit the bishop on b5 and push it to c4, or should I go maybe knight to d4, which is also an interesting move, putting the knight in the center and claiming some space there. So he's going through these ideas in his head. He will spend a bit of time in this position, but Ketty, mark my words, when grandmasters like Alexyenko take their time now, they'll recover the time in a few moves. They're getting their plan, they're working out their strategy, and then they'll play fast.
That's a scary moment,
Then they'll
actually.
play
It's
fast.
a very scary moment. Michael, rather to go to the second board, I would
Yeah.
suggest to go board 4. Very interesting position.
to
Jonah
Mendonca?
Vilo against Luke Mendonca. That's right. Something that we don't very often see. Shall we see this position from the very beginning? Because
Yeah.
it was quite messy,
Yeah,
starting
let's
from
go.
the first moves.
It looks like some sort of e5, c5, b3, but let's go on, let's get to e4, c5, and knight c3, and d4. This is the Carlsen variation. Carlsen used to play this in blitz games. He would capture back with the queen, allow the attack of the knight on the queen, and drop back to d2, and then go b3, bishop b2, and long castle. And it's very interesting as a sort of a sideline. By the way, Kitty, have you noticed that lately, although every now and then we see some Sicilians,
Yeah.
most of them are anti-Sicilians nowadays.
Yes.
For every 10 games of Sicilians, there are maybe 8 anti-Sicilians. And even in the Sicilians, it's normally rook g1, h3, so weird lines. So no one is playing the main lines anymore.
You know why? Because all these Sicilian players, we took them down in the main lines. Now we're going to go with the anti-Sicilian
Now
lines.
we go with the anti-Sicilians. Yeah, people just don't want to study theory. They learn a setup and they go for it. So g6 is one of the main ideas. Proposing counter fianchetto, and this bishop h6 is interesting because as the knight hasn't been developed, we're hitting the queen and we're hitting the bishop behind. So white plays f4, and I did see once in a game e5 in this position. Let's see if it went here. No, knight f6, bishop b2, and now e5, and we can't capture the pawn because the queen is hit. The problem with e5 is that d6 is weakened for the rest of the game. So white play g3 protecting, castle, long castle, hitting the pawn on d6, This must be theory because the clock of white hasn't moved and the position is equal. Rook to king b1, knight to d4, knight to e2, and the pin. Here comes the pin. Here comes the pin. Da, 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 da. Okay, so here comes the tactics, no? He pins the knight, but white decides, I mean, come on. You're pinning my knight, I just capture your knight and that's it. He went for the capture, capture back, capture back.
Ooh, exchange sacrifice?
Yep, because I suspect there might be a tactic here, no?
Knight takes?
Knight to d5 maybe.
Oh, knight d5, because if knight d1, then bishop g7, that's fine.
And hold it, but knight d5.
Knight d5 is beautiful.
I wonder if he still has bishop g7, but I wonder what's going to happen. No, I think he still has bishop g7. No, then I'm not sure. Maybe he does have to play knight to d1, or is there any other move that we might be missing out here? Knight to d1, bishop to g7. Seems okay for black. I'm struggling to see the compensation here. Maybe and only maybe bishop to b5.
I was thinking bishop c4 somewhere.
Or bishop c4, hitting the bishop and hitting the rook. We can try it because we don't have engines, but we do have the bar that goes up and down. Engine doesn't agree with this one, but might agree with this one. Or is this too dangerous? Doesn't agree. No, I think we do have to get the piece back. But I'm struggling to see the compensation, although the engine says the white is better here. I need a bit more time. Hold on.
Something like...
It won't be queen takes knight, no?
Knight d5 or what?
That would be unbelievable.
No.
No, I don't think that would be the move. So what to do here?
I like knight d5, but it's a bad move, knight d5.
I think he plays bishop g7.
We can make it on the... Because after knight d5, bishop g7, you are still pinned, right? So maybe here's the move.
And now maybe, but the computer already retreated with this position.
Oy.
Yeah. While I'm seeing how it continued, check with the computer, see which move could have been played here.
Oh my God, this game is a total
because
madness.
Black didn't capture the rook. He played bishop g7, and now white moved his rook away. Theoretically, knight to e4, hitting the queen.
Okay, let's start actually, Michael, to get the computer help. Our third commentator, the colleague.
Yeah, for positions where there's lots of tactics, sometimes it's useful because if not, we'll be boring the spectators going over different lines that have no sense. No?
Shall we go back when the knight d4 has been played by black? There was already very interesting position, just 3 moves before knight d4.
Okay, let's go back here.
So from this position, knight d4 seems to be very interesting position. After knight g2 e2, bishop g4 is very good move, strong move. Engine loves this. After bishop to g4, now white captures the knight d4, normal move.
Okay.
Pawn takes d4, also quite normal move. And queen takes d4.
So
it's a brilliancy.
A good move, no? Okay,
it's a brilliancy.
Brilliancy.
So you don't very often get this mark in chess, according to chess.com engine.
Software, yes.
So queen to d4 is a great move, and bishop to g7 is the strongest move here.
Okay, so capturing the rook is not good.
No.
And now
so capturing the rook, that means
what should white do after bishop takes the rook?
You just take this with queen, the computer says.
Okay.
Then at this point, bishop goes back on g7.
Okay.
Perhaps here white's idea is to play either h4, h5 at some point, knight d5 at some point. And here after bishop to g7, there's a suggestion to make move queen to d3 to guard the pawn on e4. To
guard the pawn and try and develop this bishop on a more active square.
Yes,
maybe
or
h3.
there's also bishop g2 because the engine needs more time. My engine is not the strongest one. And after, let's say, rook to c8,
for example.
Here engine goes with bishop e2, very calm move. With the idea to push h4, h5 or g4, g5. Somehow this attack is so strong and white has this potentially d5 square, and the bishop from b2 is ready to trade another bishop on g7. This gives very good chances for white for the compensation.
Good compensation.
But the position is Is
It's
complicated.
It is an
yeah.
extra exchange, and black doesn't have serious weaknesses, and his pieces are active. I probably think there's not enough compensation, but however, there is a weak pawn on d6, so it's interesting this. Something I didn't know. I knew the opening, but I was struggling to find the compensation for the exchange. Okay.
But the current position is really surprising here after
He went for bishop g7.
bishop to g7, and white
c1.
decided to play rook c1.
And now he's sacrificing the pawn because knight takes e4, hits the queen.
It hits the queen, and now the best move is to take queen g7.
Wow, this is nice. What did he do in the... He's thinking of this position now. Let me make sure that this is the current position.
It's the current
yes,
position,
it is the current position. But he's played fast up to now, and now he started thinking. So he probably knows that the queen takes g7 is a move, but of course he's sacrificing his queen, so he has to be totally sure. So let's see it.
Let's see it. Actually, I can see that in the online database there are two moves, two games already played after queen to g7.
King
Black
takes,
has to
only
take
move.
it, and we take the knight.
e4 check. Okay, this discovers a check with the bishop. This is very nice. I'm already liking this position a lot.
It's actually very nice, and now black's king is very limited, because where you really go the king, you can't go on g8 because you lose the queen. You can go king on h6 or king to f8.
These two squares are available. Let's say king f8 seems solid, or does the computer prefer king to h6?
It's quite equal because of one line. Let's say king f8.
Let's say king f8, which seems more solid.
We go knight f6 here.
Knight f6, hitting the
bishop.
And also attacking the rook, although we'd really like to capture the bishop.
Bishop f3 is a logical move here to counterattack white's rook.
Hitting the
rook. Just play rook to g1.
Okay, move the rook away, no problem. Keeping the option of putting the bishop here.
Actually, I was thinking,
or here.
When you move your rook away, Michael, I think white's idea is to take the knight h7 and make a draw.
Possibly make a draw.
Check,
possibly make a draw.
So if king
he could do this already, actually, if he wanted to.
If king goes on h6, let's check that variation. What happens after that?
To prevent the knight takes h7. Yeah.
Yeah. And from this moment, I think this is more interesting position than the other, because the engine says like go knight f6 here, and after bishop to f3, you play just rook to g1.
To g1 again.
Very interesting. You want to play g4, g5, checkmate?
Wow, this is very, very... I'd be worried with a king on h6 here, because I only have two pieces for the queen. But I remember several games, specifically one between Caruana and Nakamura, where he sacrificed the queen for two pieces and crushed his opponent. So this is possible. If the two pieces coordinate, it is possible.
So the games can actually finish in this way. We can finalize this line here. Queen a5 has been played.
Okay.
G4.
G4.
Rook to e1, trade the rook.
Rook to e1. Okay.
G5.
G5. He has to go into the discovered check, but there's nothing to capture.
King here, and knight to d7.
Knight to
Taking
d7.
away f8 square.
And then it's a draw. Then this would be... Well, I'm not sure. Would it be a draw?
In the end, there is bishop b5, so king cannot go on e8. So that's a little detail. I think knight goes back.
So if we go back, if he comes up, it's going to be a draw. And if he goes here... I wonder which is the best move.
Knight h7, I would
take here, and if he comes into the center, is he escaping here?
Bishop b5, is it move? Bishop b5, rook e1.
Of course, and then recapture here, and white is doing very well.
Yeah.
Black would probably take the draw by the repetition, probably in this position. No, before, he wouldn't try to escape. So this would probably be a draw here. Here he could just play, go back to g7. And I'm sensing that this would probably be a draw. Are there draws in this position?
I see, that's a good question. I saw two games, but this was not the game that has been played. I think one of the games just repeated the move.
Yeah,
Let me quickly check the other.
Sense.
King f8 has been played in the other move, other game. And after knight to f6, bishop to where?
It makes sense that the line would probably
actually
end
black
in a...
won. Both games was both games were a draw.
It makes sense that the line will finish in a perpetual, because the computer is in this moment saying exactly 0, 0, 0 after the sacrifice of the queen. So it makes sense that most of the games should, with perfect play, finish in a draw. But that would be super exciting. So it's going to be interesting to see if the white player has the courage and the calculation skills to find queen takes g7 and go for it. So we'll definitely have to pay close attention to this game, Ketty, for sure.
For sure, Michael. Let's now move forward and take a look at the other game as well. I would suggest to go next one to the third board. Here we
3.
have Puranik against Saudaliev. Very interesting position.
Okay.
And Black just recently played g5 to kick the bishop away,
Okay.
unpin the knight, and rook to e8. Knight c3 is the final move. And I wonder here in this position, is this pawn on g5 weakness in the future? Or it can really start to be the headache for white?
You never know. This is one of the other things that when we used to play as youngsters, they were always saying, if your king is castled, don't advance your h and g5 pawns. But nowadays, again, with the advancement of computers, many of the lines, they knock off the bishop and try in some positions to threaten g4 and capture the pawn on d4. You never know. Personally, in my own opening repertoire, I don't have any variations where I get in h6 and g5 with the king behind. I just don't like it. And I'm normally happy that they do it to me. But I do know and I understand that there's a lot of risk involved for both players. According to theory, it's okay. Sometimes in these positions, when they do g5, we can sacrifice the knight. Sometimes. But for this, we really need to be able to put more pressure on the f6 knight. We have no pieces. Black will capture on d4, and this way we're not working well the sacrifice. So in this position, probably it's not working too well, but in some positions it can be possible. So he went back, rook to e8, hitting the pawn on e4, and white played knight to c3, and now it's black's turn to play, and he can go b4, attacking the knight, and then threatening to capture the pawn on e4. So this is quite a tense position, Ketty. Difficult to say what's going to happen here. Black has weakened his king considerably, but if he plays b4, on the next move, he can capture the pawn on e4. Will this be risky? We'll have to see. Knight to d5, knight to e4, and this is a position which is opening up tremendously, and actually the computer is already liking white's position, even being a pawn down. And for example, just as an example, imagine I played here something like knight takes b6, just as an example. I'm thinking lines like queen to d3, knight to g3, and even queen to g6. Ooh. This type of lines could just appear at any moment in these positions. Because what you said before, because of the weakened king. So it's tense, and we have to wait to see how this position evolves.
Right, very interesting position. I think we're going to come back in this game because
for sure. This will be a
it's going to be heating up very soon.
Yeah, this position will definitely be an interesting one. Yeah.
Michael, we talked about pawn on g4 and the preferences of the chess players. They like to play g4 or not to like to play. Some of the players, they like to have this kind of chances. They're going ahead. For instance, board 17. Let's go check it out. You will be really surprised. What was
board
white's
number 7?
Last move? 17.
17. Let's go down. We don't have a camera for 17, but we do have the board pairing. Are we talking about Inian against Arnesh?
Yes.
Okay.
Two Indian players playing against each other. Grandmaster with white pieces.
Wow.
Did
he just
he just played g4 right away when his king is also on the g file. His opponent's queen is closest
totally unexpected.
to the king side.
Totally unexpected.
That's crazy.
Totally crazy and totally unexpected. I mean, let me just put the pawn back here for a moment. I know queen has been played. You're looking at this position and you're thinking, what should I play with white? f4, f3, b4 for the Carlsbad attack,
Yeah, and you go g4.
g4.
Wow.
I mean, obviously the computer bar doesn't move, so this is
His
a
line.
computer move. This has been prepared probably for the game. And of course, my understanding when you play a move such as this is that first of all, you don't want black to exchange bishops on f5. That's key. And then secondly, I'm sensing that at some point it could be the start of an onslaught attack on the king side. So I think it's a sort of double move. We prevent bishop f5. We might do an attack.
Yeah, that's actually exactly why white goes here on g4.
But it's
white
still
avoids
very unexpected.
bishop f5 to be played, because after bishop f5 in the Carlsbad structure, where the dark square bishop is off the board, light square bishop is also going to be trade. There's nothing.
There's nothing
left on the board. And sometimes I even like here in this position to play with black pieces, because very often you have this f5, f4 idea, and somehow your pieces are coming alongside. So I was looking if there is any game played here in this opening, because g4 to my eyes is a crazy move. And I checked that. In fact, here g4 is the move. And if you don't play g4, if you play some other move like h3 or so, black plays bishop to f5.
And so g4 has been played. It's not a novelty. Then it's something that has been played, or at least the computer suggests it could be a good move. No?
In the online database, I cannot see that, and I don't have my own database here to check the game.
Still very unexpected. I mean, Ketty, with my classical chess formation, I would know that bishop f5 is something I would want to prevent, but I still wouldn't play g4 here. I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't. So I really
played
have
once.
Would you play g4 here?
Yeah, I would play. Not now. I played when I was 16 or 17 years old.
Well, when I was a kid, I did all sorts of things.
I remember that I wanted so much to win the tournament, the youth championship, that I went for g4 out of blue nowhere, and we started to have very crazy position. I think I had somewhere a very bad position, but I won in the end. And I remember that my coach asked me a very simple question after the game, like, weren't you be afraid like when you played g4? And at this point, I could never understand why he's asking me questions like that. How I can be afraid? Like, what I should be afraid of? I'm attacking. I'm playing g4 myself. And now, from this perspective, at this age, I know what is the fear on the board. What does it mean to be afraid to make moves like that? Because you cannot take them back.
You can't take the pawn back.
It can be a weakness afterwards, but turns out that white is so ready for this move. He knows what he's doing. He has not thought here for 20 moves to play this move, so he was very confident with the move.
I do have to say that there's one line in the Nimzo Indian where white plays f3, rook to e1, and then instead of playing e4, goes for g4 with the castle behind, as you know. So we might see something like that in a while with f3, king to f2, queen to f2, h4, and the start of attack supporting the knight on e5. So I understand the logic behind it, but it would still be a move that I wouldn't play unless I knew it was theoretical and I knew how to play the position. If not, it'd be hard for me to play d4 here.
All right, we have some moves here. Queen to h4 has been played, and white already responded with f3,
exactly.
guarding this pawn. Queen now has the second rank open, so white might look for some kind of kingside attack, even in this side.
I wonder if black will play f6 or f5.
But knight g6 is a bishop h7, knight g6 is a hold there.
That is. I'm going to show this one on the board for the viewers. If black tries to expel the knight, he's in for a shock with bishop to h7, king to h8, and this lovely trick, knight to g6. But not only wins the queen, but who knows if there could be some mate around there as well. So this would be totally losing. So he has to play, allowing the knight to stay on e5. And possibly he has to go something like bishop e6.
And then what? You cannot start on the queen side. And how about I play here some weird moves like, I don't know, to get the rook on the file, king h1, rook g1, rook
Okay.
g3, queen g2, rook h3, and to start.
Something like that, yeah.
One idea, another idea, I really wonder what happens if I just swap the places of bishop and queen and play queen d2,
Okay.
bishop b1, and
Okay,
queen d3.
and go back for the queen to d3. Yep, that would be dangerous. That would be very dangerous because then he would force him to play g6 and then the knight would never be moved from e5. That could be very interesting. And of course, we always have the traditional b4, b5, something attack on the queen side. So a lot of different possibilities. And I'm actually liking now g4. It's a move that...
That's what I also thought on the moment. Yeah.
I didn't think of it before, but now I'm enjoying it quite a lot, yeah.
What black can do actually in this position? That's also the question. Maybe h5 here to somehow
h5 is
find a
possible.
move?
H5 is possible because if you do force h3 at some point, then g3 is weakened. Of course, if black does do this, I wonder if we go for queen f2 and we exchange queens.
Michael,
here.
how about bishop h7? This is a crazy idea, but trust me.
Ooh, I'm thinking that let's have a check here. We have to go to h8.
And bishop to g6.
Bishop to g6,
If you
very
take
nice.
knight g6,
Hitting both. and
you're
we
hitting
can't
on
capture.
h5.
The thing is, when he captures here,
yeah.
we capture back.
No. The
No?
idea
Oh.
was to play the bishop f7 or something with knight g6 idea.
Nice. Oh, this is crazy. Ooh.
Oh. It
I'm
can
worried.
be. It can be.
I'm worried.
It can be a decisive for any of the side. It can be good. It can be really bad.
This is, I think it's very interesting because the threat is knight to g6. I just don't see a way what to do here. The computer says there must be a defense. Maybe bishop to f5. It's the only idea I'm thinking of. This is crazy. And requires calculation.
Yeah, but still, there is still in this position, white stands stronger.
Yes.
White still
According
stands
to the
stronger.
computer,
Yeah.
white is better. But of course, if we don't see the moves you have to play, this does seem risky for white as well. You never know what's going to happen.
Oh,
here.
no, queen f5, knight g6. Yeah,
Oh,
queen f5,
let's see this. Take here. Take here.
knight g6.
We check on g6.
King
Only
goes
move
there.
knight here. We take the queen. And now, what to do? Take back the bishop or take the knight?
If you
It's a
take
tough
the
decision.
knight, f takes g, knight versus bishop, white's bishop stands
Yeah.
stronger.
It's important to
So-
note that very important to note that the bishop remains protected by the rook. If not, black will be doing well. So it looks like he has to take the bishop. But in this case, what would white do here? Probably exchange the knights. And is he ending up with an extra pawn? Is this an extra pawn?
Michael, can we instead take
Okay.
the pawn on g4 because there is a pin?
Okay. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. That's very true. There's a pin and a very strong pin at the same time. Yes. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. It's plus one and a bit. So this will probably exchange for a pawn. Actually, what does black do here? There must be some solution.
Maybe h5 was too much to play in that position.
But I'm thinking the advantage for white, but it looks like an extra piece. So, okay, knight takes h4. This is winning for white for sure. So h5 might be too much. But it's not easy to do these calculations without moving the pieces on the board. So if h5 can't be worked, then we have to do something more calm, more... but what to do? What to do? Rook e8, does that help much? Doesn't seem to help a lot. Develop the bishop, e6, doesn't seem to help a lot, although you do put the bishop into play. What other moves?
There's knight e8, knight f6 at least to secure h7 square, but that takes away the space from the queen. And the other idea of rook g1, rook g3, queen g2, and rook to h3 would be even more appealing for white.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe knight e8, knight f6. Yeah, I agree. But white is good here. I think he has a decent position. It's not easy to find good moves for black. And look at the time. He's already thinking. He's been thinking for already nearly 10 minutes to find the way out of this position. Good preparation by Inian. And we'll definitely come back to this game later on as well.
Yeah.
What other games do we have?
Let's check what else we can actually see. Board 4 has been ended and they had repetition. We were looking at that.
Oh, so they did the...
They agreed on a draw.
They agreed? No, let's...
They can agree on a draw?
Maybe there were more moves. Yes? Oh, that's strange. Do we have our rules there? I wasn't sure they could agree on a draw so fast, but maybe according to, we'll try and make the consultation with one of the arbiters.
Yeah, well, if
But,
they have, like, here's the rule. If they agreed on a draw in a Sofia World tournament, they will both get minus. So arbiter will check the moves.
And normally the arbiter would say, carry on. They know, normally we have to just well, carry on playing because you can't do a draw here. So but there's no more moves. The draw has been agreed. So Black played knight to e4 and said, do you want a draw?
Yeah, okay.
And White said, it's a draw or a sacrifice. And the sacrifice, I'm not sure if it's going to do anything. So no, I suspect that also maybe both players know that this line is heading to a draw and they just want to do it now, no? But yeah, also remember the first day board 4 was giving some issues on, maybe they've done more moves. We'll try and find out. In any case, board 4 has finished in a draw. So let's check some other board. For example, we haven't seen board 2 where Aravind Chittambaram is playing against Dmitry Kuchko. So let's check on this board. And we're going to ask our wonderful European TV team to give us a camera view of board number 2. This is the board that's just behind where we see Aravind on the white side, on the left hand of the screen. Aravind won that nice game yesterday where he sacrificed the exchange at the end and went through with the pieces. So he's in good form today. And his opponent, a young player, international master Dmitry Kuchko from, I think, Ukraine.
Yes, he's from Ukraine.
So let's check very quickly the opening. Let's go through very quickly. Caro-Kann advance, one of the trending lines. And the knight d2, b3, that's been played a lot recently. You try and prevent c5 and then develop the rest of your pieces. So both players develop. Black goes for c5. Swap some pieces. Again, in the first round, everyone remembers Lenier's opponent capturing on b2 and suffering a huge defeat. So Black decides not to capture the pawn. White is playing at the speed of light here. Aravind knows this in and out. And a4, gaining some space on the queen side. h4, gaining some space on the king side. This totally computer moves, recognized by theory, but something that our older players would frown against when they see the youngsters launching their pawns in any direction. So h5, bishop h7. Aravind is playing really fast. Do we have a theoretical summary of this game? Because he's playing so fast. I assume this must be theory. With both pawns on h5.
Just spend 1 minute and
he's going
increment.
at the speed of light.
I can't really see the game, but it might be his home preparation. Sometimes it's just your home preparation, your lines.
It must be, yeah, it must be.
And another thing is that very often you just know the ideas, and the moves are just come in to your head, and you don't want to spend that much of the time. And on the other hand, we can see that his opponent spends so much time.
So maybe he's probably thinking in his opponent's time as well. Remembering
that's
the moves,
a very good strategy use your opponent's time and save your time. Maybe in the end game or in the middle game, you will need to think heavily to decide, make some very important decision. I like here White's position. I like this space advantage that these pawns are creating. Although there is the pawn on e5.
Yeah, this is
that is now here
there's
hanging.
a concrete threat, which is knight takes e5 by 2 pieces. Although the bishop on c3, in some ways, protects the pawn and puts pressure on the diagonal. I have to assume that White will consider now the move pawn to f4. I'm not sure if it's a good move or a bad move. I don't think it's a bad move.
I think it's the only move to guard the... There's also knight f3 move, but...
This is possible, but slightly passive. It's something that we really don't want to do if possible. We can try out f4 and see what happens.
f4 seems to be fine, actually.
Seems to be fine.
How about knight c5, knight e4
that is
sort
true.
of ideas?
That is true. We get the square e4 for the knight. And I think this position is roughly balanced because although white has more space, the bishop on h7 is very strong. It's hitting the whole diagonal. Black's king is reasonably safe. I think it's roughly balanced, the position. There's
balanced,
play
yeah.
for both sides.
I would go here with bishop b4 because this bishop here has not too much of the job to do, and the bishop b4 stops, for instance, knight c6 happening, and
Yes.
also it controls very long diagonal.
That's a good move. That's a good move, yes. It looks like a very good move because it controls all these squares and may even land at some point on d6.
On d6, yeah.
Yeah, this is a good move. Okay, so this is a game. This is a game. I mean, both players have options. Neither of the two have a decisive advantage. White has a bit more space. Black does have, it looks similar to a French defense, a good French defense with the black bishop outside the pawn chain. So I think it must be more or less balanced. The thing is, as you said before, Dimitri is low on time. He spent more than half of his time, and there's still the full game to go forward to. So I'm putting my chips on Arabian for the moment, for sure.
Yeah, I like also here more of the white side because of this activity, and I always have to play this position from black side.
You
So
like
if,
it more,
whenever
huh?
I have a choice to choose, I would like to choose white's side. Michael, before we head to the first break today, let's take a look how Dominguez is doing on the board 30 against his opponent. They started quite well-known opening, but a bit slowly with the moves. And let's check it out, how his opponent actually reacted after bishop to d2.
Okay, let's remind those of viewers who have just arrived to one of the many streams we're putting out that Lenier has 1.5 out of 2. He's dropped out of the pack of leaders, and today he's facing a young 13-year-old kid who only has slightly above 1800 rating, but has already defeated two very strong players. So it's a test, a very important test for Lenier to overcome this player. We saw this position before, and after bishop d2, black played castling, and white played knight to c3, hitting the pawn on b5, and forcing his young opponent to play b4. Now the knight is under attack. Two options are possible: dropping back and then going to g3, or going forward, which is the option that Lenier decided on. Knight to d5, it does have an important positional threat to knock off the two bishops of the opponent.
And
So-
then bishop g5 to
and then bishop
pin
g5
the knight on f6
and
forever.
to press.
Yeah.
Although we have seen in the other game that h6 and g5 is something to be reckoned with. But of course, black just didn't want to see any of that, and he exchanged knights. And generally, we'll be capturing with the bishop in these positions, as you know.
Yeah.
Because to capture with the pawn, in some positions it can work, but generally, if you can capture with the bishop, you capture with the bishop. That's what Lenier did. And his opponent is thinking, look at the kid. He must be having a great time. In my break, I'm actually going to go and pop up
Yeah.
and see the face of this kid in real life, because look at him. He's having the time. He comes to see chess.
Yes.
He plays a bit of table tennis in the morning. He goes for a swim. Then he plays a bit of billiards, because they're all playing billiards and table tennis.
Oh yeah,
All the
there's
kids.
always a big line
There's
there.
always,
Yeah.
even last night I went to bed and I was still hearing them play.
Really?
Yes. So he's having the time of his life, and then his father tells him, "You're playing against Lenier Dominguez today. You
Yes.
should start preparing your game because he's very strong." And then he has to go and face one of the top 10 players in the world. I mean, it's unbelievable. You just can't expect this, no?
Yeah.
Tremendous. And
That's
he's
so
doing
nice.
well.
He's doing
well.
fantastic.
He's doing fantastic.
fantastic. Yesterday I was during the Blitz tournament. I was just around to see the whole situation, because it's quite lovely to see, even if you're not playing, to see what's happening. Maybe to find some new faces as well. And at some point I sat down on the chair, and there were a lot of parents, and one of the parents asked me, "Oh, your kid also plays here? Is it a girl or is it a boy? Which category?"
That is something you don't ask if you don't know the other player. But of course.
And she was very friendly.
Of course,
and
in a friendly manner, of
yeah, and also without without I was in my hoodie and it's like had a very different look. Probably she couldn't even recognize that I was working in here for this event. So there was a funny situation. But there are a lot of kids actually around with a lot of parents too. So there was a quite nice and funny situation for me. I think we are ready actually to take our first break.
Okay,
Our
nice.
viewers will see the playing venue and what's happening. Maybe you can go there, Michael, in this camera and wave to our viewers. How about that?
If I
Could
go
be
to
crazy.
the... Oh, yeah.
Or just like go there, stand and just do the thumb up.
Ah,
Yes.
behind linear. I'm not sure if that's something I can do, but I will pop through and just, sort of glide past with my watch. If you see a white shirt gliding past, it's not a
him.
ghost. It's me.
Okay, guys, our first break. We will be back shortly with more action at Chessable Sitges Chess Festival. See you in a few minutes.
A quest for the most complete chess player. Can you think of a chess event where anyone can win, regardless of whether being a grandmaster or an amateur? Can you think of an event where a win counts more than 2 draws? Can you think of an event that rewards players who enjoy playing more chess games? Can you think of an event that combines different chess variations? We think it is possible. It will be so fun that it should not be a closed tournament, but open to every chess player. And there's no better moment than the 10th anniversary of our Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival to announce a new way of enjoying over-the-board tournaments even more. We'll still have an admirable and very strong Classic Chess Open champion. We'll still have Blitz tournaments winners like in previous years. It'll be the first edition of our event when we'll have a player succeeding in a rapid chess tournament. Also, for the first time in our festival, players will go out of their comfort zone in a Fischer Random Blitz chess tournament. And we'll all have fun playing over-the-board bullet games while having some drinks. But here's the big news. We'll count all the wins players can score in all 5 of these chess variations, and we'll add them weightedly, granting some additional points for the draws they get. But be careful. 1 win will never be the same as 2 draws. Grandmasters and amateurs will be mixed in a single classification, in the quest for the most complete chess player. Welcome to the first ever chess pentathlon. Welcome to Sunway Sitges. Checkmate the climate change. We're close to the climate endgame, and we have an inferior position, but a victorious checkmate to climate change is still possible. We're just pawns in this game, but does anyone know better than a chess player how powerful pawns can be in an endgame? At Chessable Sunway Sige's International Chess Festival, we recognize the power of isolated pawns, but we love to play in coordination. We can castle and wait, but we always preferred dynamic moves. This is why we ask you to embark with us on this journey to help raise awareness in our beloved chess community. One move at a time, and we'll see if a small advantage becomes decisive one day. We can all together put our grain of sand to save our planet. There's no better game to win. So how are we doing more precise moves now than we used to? Less paper, more digital. We stopped using tons of paper to publish and distribute results in pairings, announcements of lectures and side activities, etc. Emails and WhatsApp messages have become our bishops to rapidly spread our messages, and our screens strategically placed across our facilities help cover all squares, so that no one can move without knowing what's going on. It's not only sustainable, it's convenient. Cell phones may be the enemy of fair play in the playing halls, but they are our best ally outside them. We developed our own app for iOS and Android that you can download and open anytime, while not playing, to be up to date with what's going on in our chess festival, and without any risk of being blamed for cheating. It's also available in the smart TV of your room. And what about accreditations? Here's the deal, don't throw them, because with just a little water and minimal care, your accreditation, printed on paper with seeds, will germinate and become a plant. When you're home, it will remind you of the memorable moments you spent at Chessable Sunway Sige's International Chess Festival, and it will cheer you to help us to be just part of the opening of the chess community's game against climate change. Don't get it wrong though, our accreditation won't grow green chessboards. Electronic score sheets are arriving, but we may need some extra time to adopt them. Players will need to keep on writing. However, when printing is necessary, we try to use recycled paper. Less plastic. We may not be able to make it disappear immediately, but we're looking to leave plastic in Zhuangzhuang. Quality and attention to details has always been part of our identity sign at Sunway events, so we're not cutting anything. Will we still be giving pens for notation of score sheets or gifts to participants? Let us keep the surprise, but if we did, who knows, they will preferably be made with biodegradable and ecological materials. What about free water during the rounds? We will be using sustainable packaging, and we will ask players to take a small step towards sustainability to have their ecological bottles refilled. While we love online chess, over-the-board tournaments like Sunway are a unique experience to take part in. So, what about plastic chess sets? We know we still have many, but we're very aware of time pressure. We're kind of turning back the clock to enlarge the number of wooden boards and pieces in our tournament, in a timeless move for eco-chess crusaders. Better accommodation. Since 2021, our 4-star hotel in Siges has the Biosphere certification in tourism, which recognizes our continuous improvement towards more sustainable models. And, knowing that chess players require very well-lit playing halls, since 2023, solar panels installed next to the main playing hall are producing part of our own energy. There are many other measures that Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa, venue of the Chess Festival, has been introducing during these years to reduce its carbon footprint, improve water efficiency, or allow energy savings, like changing almost all lighting to LED lighting, or installing motion sensors to activate lights in the hotel's less crowded areas, detecting even the quietest chess players. Sensors in windows and doors limit the useless operation of air conditioning machines when those windows and doors are open. Taps in restrooms have been changed to prevent the waste of water, which is precious in our warm Mediterranean location. Amenities left in the rooms for guests are biodegradable and ecological, etc. All guests at Sunway Hotel and Apartments have free bicycles to facilitate their mobility, reducing the environmental impact of transportation. There's no more enjoyable and sustainable way of entering a game or of mentally analyzing your moves after hours of concentration than to cycle along the seafront promenade. And for those who don't want to cycle, we also provide free bus passes that will allow you to forget your own car during your stay in Siges. Responsible F&B management. Just in case players haven't eaten any opponent's pieces during their games, we make sure they have enough quality food and beverages in our restaurants at Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa. Purchase from local suppliers, when possible, to reduce the impact of CO2 and promote proximity trade is just part of our game strategy. It's not only time we don't like to waste, so we use efficient waste management to get a better endgame position. Selective garbage collection, or use of returnable glass bottles and other containers, are our defense, no matter if Sicilian, Slav, or French, against environmental degradation. And our openings list includes the use of biodegradable and recycled single-use items such as tablecloths, straws, or napkins. Let's talk coffee. It's organic, it's sustainable, and it's in a biodegradable cup. Even our coffee beans are in on this eco-chess game. And we don't forget the quick response QR codes, which are available in our restaurants, and they remind us that a quick response is what our planet needs. Chessable Sunway Sige's Chess Festival was born 10 years ago with a mission, offering quality and taking care of details. We want every player to feel like a grandmaster. It's time to expand that mission for our next editions. We want every player to get a grandmaster in sustainability norm. We're far from perfect, but we're studying, training and calculating to improve. Climate change seems to be using the latest version of Stockfish, but working all together can build an unbeatable database of ideas to checkmate it. Welcome to our green and sustainable chess festival. A quest for the most complete chess player. Can you think of a chess event where anyone can win, regardless of whether being a grandmaster or an amateur? Can you think of an event where a win counts more than 2 draws? Can you think of an event that rewards players who enjoy playing more chess games? Can you think of an event that combines different chess variations? We think it is possible. It will be so fun that it should not be a closed tournament, but open to every chess player. And there's no better moment than the 10th anniversary of our Chessable Sunway Sige's International Chess Festival to announce a new way of enjoying over-the-board tournaments even more. We'll still have an admirable and very strong Classic Chess Open champion. We'll still have Blitz tournaments winners like in previous years. It'll be the first edition of our event when we'll have a player succeeding in a rapid chess tournament. Also, for the first time in our festival, players will go out of their comfort zone in a Fischer Random Blitz chess tournament. And we'll all have fun playing over-the-board bullet games while having some drinks. But here's the big news. We'll count all the wins players can score in all 5 of these chess variations, and we'll add them weightedly, granting some additional points for the draws they get. But be careful. 1 win will never be the same as 2 draws. Grandmasters and amateurs will be mixed in a single classification, in the quest for the most complete chess player. Welcome to the first ever chess pentathlon. Welcome to Sunway Sige's.
Coming back into the third round of Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival in Barcelona, Sitges, Spain. You guys can see that sun is slowly going down and getting darker and darker here, but the situation and the heat on the chessboards are increasing. Michael, you are in the playing venue. Tell us what is happening
I just
there.
popped up to see the games in progress, and someone told me, Michael, I think they're going to start calling the tournament Chessable Sunset Sitges instead of Sunway Sitges, because, I mean, the sunset you've got behind you is actually unbelievable. And we're in a privileged position to be able to commentate with these views behind us here. So thanks a lot to Sunway Sitges, to Oscar, to Fran, to the rest of the team, to Chessable and all the other sponsors for this wonderful opportunity. So yes, I was upstairs, and first of all, I started off badly because I was talking with a friend in the lift. So from here to the lift, I had to talk to 3 or 4 different people who stopped me. A lady stopped me and asked for the bar. She thought I was a waiter, so that was cool. No. But okay, I've had that happen to me before. So as I used to be a waiter, so that's not a big deal.
Okay.
So when I was talking to a friend in the lift, and the typical thing, you're talking in the lift, blah 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 blah. Lift opens, you carry on talking, and then people start looking at you in the playing hall, and you think, ooh. So I did like this.
Yeah,
I went for a walk.
You did it?
Yeah, because I forgot that there's when you go out of the lift,
There is a plane. You walk
you
right
go straight
away.
in.
Yeah.
The doors sometimes aren't closed. So anyway, I walked around, lots of concentration, good atmosphere. I went to see the streamers. We have 5 streamers who are streaming their games for their own followers and viewers. It's a closed-off area, and they're having quite a good time there. Very concentrated. Very concentrated, all of them, Jules, Costa, all of them very concentrated. Then I went to see Lanier game. Lanier was standing up, he was relaxed, and I noticed something very funny. The kid was sitting down, he was like this, and I noticed that next to him on the floor, he had his rucksack. You know, the kids go to the playing hall with water, with food, with a jacket, with everything in the bag, with homework. Maybe he had homework. And it was so funny. I mean, Lanier, accustomed in playing in elite World Cup, Olympiads, World Championships, and now he's playing with a 13-year-old kid with a rucksack, no? And it's sort of like, wow, what's happening here, no? So, yeah, and the rest was everyone was very concentrated. Still the third round, but already players don't want to make a mistake. We can actually see, if we can get a close-up, viewers can see the streamer section of the tournament. This is completely new, Ketty. Only in Reykjavik, there is a tournament where they've done this before.
Yeah.
Already last year, Sitges did some intents of doing this, and this year it's a full-fledged streaming area with 5 players streaming their own games, using their own camera and equipment, so that their followers can see the games, talk about Sitges, enjoy the atmosphere, and of course follow the games live of their favorite streaming players. Only one of them is a title player, Kostya Kovitsky, who's from the United States. The other 4 are just regular streamers who enjoy playing chess and enjoy engaging with their audience. And this will probably gradually become a bigger thing.
Yeah.
Because tournaments should enjoy having certain players who not only participate but give back to the tournament by streaming their content and making sure their fans are aware of this small town in the north of Spain.
Yeah, this is actually a very interesting phenomenon to have this special place for the streamers, but that is actually for the safety. Of course, it's easier to control everything together, because I've heard some of the players were a bit complaining to have, not in this tournament, actually the other tournament, to have too much of spotlight, maybe for the board to 200. Right,
okay.
Because some of these players are having maybe 0 points or 1 point and they're behind and playing on the stage.
But that's understandable.
Yeah, it was absolutely understandable from their perspective too, but there is also this security measurements that everyone has to take into the consideration nowadays in chess. And these streams are happening by the mobile phone, so there should be one place where one arbiter controls everything.
Control, and more importantly, all the cameras they're on tripods. So the camera must be held on a tripod on the floor like a normal camera. And I actually was walking to the right, and if I not careful, I would have tripped up on the tripod. So it has to be a closed off area, and so the spectators and players walking around don't just fall over the tripod and ruin the spectacle for everyone. No, so but yeah, it doesn't have to be on the stage. They're in the main hall, but they're on the right, and they're actually not so close to the main board. So it's a closed off area, but they're not impacting the general atmosphere of the first boards.
All right, so interesting scenario on the all the boards actually. Let's now start, as we have left Lenier Dominguez against Pranav. This position, they have made a couple more moves, and let's go a bit quickly in this position because I have something crazy to suggest.
Okay, so we were back here after bishop takes d5, and black decided to protect the bishop on b7, with the idea of at some point maybe just moving the knight and swapping off the bishops. Lenier decided to fix the queen side with a5, preventing the knight from coming here, but more importantly, fixing the pawn on b4 and fixing the pawn on a6. This is a classical strategic concept in the Ruy Lopez, which obviously Lenier knows well. Black played knight to f7, trying to swap off some pieces, and Lenier decided to retreat the bishop and hit the pawn on a6, at the same time hitting the pawn on b4. And now black played c5, protecting, and Lenier increased the pressure on the b4 pawn with c3, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, and now I'm expecting knight to c6 as the next move of the Indian player. Ketty, this is slightly better for white. And not only that, but white has clear ideas of incrementing the pressure, basically by playing on the b file with the rooks, where he has the advantage. And of course, the pawn on a6 eventually might become a serious weakness. So it's still a game, but Lenier, I think, has got a position that he can play
slowly outplay his opponent.
I think that's my impression for the moment in the game. So what do we have? He really looks like Pragnananda if you look at his face, no?
Yeah,
a young Pragnananda, no?
Yeah, he looks...
Maybe he's the new Pragnananda.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
You never know.
Well, the game that I wanted to suggest is board 9, board 8.
Okay, so...
and here we have FIDE Master Adar Tarhan from Turkey. He's playing against international master Horvat Dominik. Dominik is from Austria, and
from Austria, yeah.
Austria, and we just need to go 2 moves back. That's where all this craziness started. So at this point, we have this Sicilian setup. White is trying to control the center and the attack on the king side. Black has already started the attack on the queen side. And here we have the move e5.
e5, hitting the knight.
Kicking the knight out. Knight goes on h7.
Not
because
many
this
squares
knight is
to go to.
Yeah,
not
too
many
limited.
squares to go, so he goes back to knight h7.
And now white plays something really unexpected. Many moves here, but knight to f5.
This is totally unexpected.
Yeah, very typical idea to sacrifice knight d5, knight f5, but in this position...
I wouldn't have expected this move to be possible, because even though he gets knight d5 in, it doesn't seem to be so strong. Of course, the knight attacks the pawn on g7, so it practically has to be captured, and that's what black did. And now white jumps to d5. Okay, so the queen is under attack. The bishop is under attack. And there's a secondary threat, which is g takes f5, bringing the rook into the attack. I can tell you something, Kitty. This, according to the computer, might not be good, but if I was playing black here, I'd be worried in this position. And I have the feeling that black at some point will play bishop to h4, which I think he just did. No, I didn't do it.
That.
Because having two pieces under attack, it makes a lot of sense to check the king, dislocate the king, or force a couple of piece exchanges, and that will give him a bit more time to organize his defense. Computer says it's not a good move, this knight to f5, but only by a slight margin.
Not so bad. When you have this kind of evaluation that without the piece you are just minus
Slightly
zero
worse.
something,
It
it is good
means
in practical chess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It means that you must have a good compensation elsewhere.
Michael, watch out this one. King to f1, let's say. White moves the king away.
It sounds good.
And black's queen has basically 3-4 moves, right? You go queen to d8.
Why not? Why not?
And you
Let's
lose
go back.
after bishop b6.
Wow.
This queen is simply trapped.
And now say goodbye to the queen. Trapments, yeah, this will not happen, but it's very instructive to see how these things can happen in the Sicilian if we're not careful. So where should the queen go? Maybe to a5, no. Maybe to b7 or to b8. One of the two it must be. It has to be one of these, or possibly c6. But I'm expecting maybe one of these two moves. I wonder which one could be the best move. Let's go queen to c6, just as an idea.
Yeah, to leave b7 square for the bishop.
To leave the other square
maybe.
for the bishop. And now the thing is, if white were able to do long castle, I think the compensation could be valid. But now we really have to go g takes f5. I don't see any other move. So I'm going to do it. G takes f5, opening up the rook against the pawn on g7. And now what should black do?
Bishop b7 looks
Bishop
very
b7 looks
logical.
very logical. And now what to do with the knight on d5? What to do? Protect it and let it be exchanged. Not something we want to do when we're a piece down. But go back. Not something we want to do when we're playing
It
for the
allows
attack.
queen f3 check,
exactly.
rook to c8.
It has to be protected. It has to be protected. There's no other move.
Rook to d1.
Let's go for the
and
protection.
perhaps white has actually quite strong center with the pawns. Maybe white can try something here.
Well, I can try something, but
Oh, what? He's not playing with the king. He goes rook to g3. Now he's sacrificing an exchange.
Wow.
Let's go back.
Wow.
Let's check it out.
Wow.
What is
Wow.
this move?
wow, he doesn't want to move his king. He wants
Is
to give
his
the rook.
opponent worried? Like, look at him. He was here. FIDE Master Adan from Turkey.
His
He
opponent
was
is
very
the- is-
confident.
Okay,
This guy, yeah.
Okay, so he's not worried, but he's surprised. And his opponent was very happy. He just rook g3 and let me go for a walk.
Yeah.
So, of course,
I think he's a bit worried.
the thing is, he doesn't know that he has a winning position. We know because we can see the computer evaluation, but he doesn't, and he must be worrying, what the hell is going on here? No?
Let's go. He's playing so fast.
He's playing so fast and with such a confidence. No, so basically the exchange sacrifice, as far as I understand it, white understands that the rook might not be as strong as the bishop, so he doesn't really mind exchanging off as long as he can get in long castle. He doesn't want the king to be in the center. So let's say he takes. I don't like this move, by the way.
I
but
can
okay.
I can keep this.
You can keep it
bishop.
for a while, but just
for a while.
for evaluation reasons. Let's
Pawn
say let's
takes.
take, pawn take,
And
now
same
move the
thing,
queen.
yeah?
Same thing, queen. Now we can do long castle, which is slightly better than moving the king to f1. But even so, I struggle to see the compensation here, Ketty. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Where is the compensation? Pawn takes pawn. Is this enough, Ketty? Is this enough to win this game?
Oh, I'm afraid
Is this enough?
It's not.
Okay, you have four
Even
pawns.
to hold.
But is this enough? The knight can't come out, but it's just a stretch. I just don't. It's a full rook. It's just not enough.
No.
I don't think it's enough. Okay, it might not be easy to win, but it's just not enough. So, what's white going to do now? What's white going
Not
to do?
taking on f5, obviously. Maybe knight has some
What's a knight b4?
weird moves.
Knight to f6, no. Knight to e7, no. What to do? The only good thing about having swapped here for white is that he can't castle because of knight to e7. That's the only good thing that after having swapped is not allowed to do. I just don't see a...
Queen, let's say knight b4.
Okay, that's a good move. Queen knight b4. And let's, of course, we have to keep this protection.
Yeah.
So we could go to c7. Why not? Let's go to c7. Just drop back here. Okay, let's drop back here and see what to do afterwards. Bishop to b6, I don't think it works.
Just take,
Knight
white
to
takes
d5
queen, you step aside.
It's not enough. It's not enough. Now he should take the pawn. But now he castles. And I think, of course, the knight is still out of play. But it's a question of time.
It's an extra knight.
It's a full rook. It's a full rook. It's
extra
a
rook,
because we gave the knight and then the exchange, total rook. It's just too much.
Is it also the same in Spanish that you don't check the teeth of gifted horse? Is it you don't check the teeth of gifted horses?
Well, in Spain we say a caballo regalado no le mires el dentado.
You don't check the teeth of gifted.
Exactly. So if someone gives you a horse, you don't really need to check the teeth. It's free. It's free of charge. Yeah.
I recently
how do you say in English? You don't check the teeth.
No, I don't know English. No. I just translated.
That's translation from. I don't. It sounds a bit weird to me in English, but from Poland it's correct. It's the same as in Spanish.
Yeah. In Polish and in Georgian as well. I think a lot of languages have the same sentiments with this kind of.
We'll check it afterwards in my.
Yeah. Our viewers can actually. We have a lot of native English speaker viewers who can help us with that. How is it? How is it actually? If it exists, and also we have a lot of viewers from around the world. Guys, let us know if this sentence also makes sense in your language or how it sounds actually for you. But basically, I'm so surprised that this rule or this sentiment can be understandable for many of us.
It says, "Never look a gift horse in the mouth."
Okay.
So it seems that there is an expression in English which has.
Never look a gift
horse in the mouth. It's a bit weird. I'm suspecting there must be something in English that has, because you don't really
more soundy.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if I get a rook, we carry on. Okay.
Yeah.
So Horvath is still slightly surprised, but
checking a lot of teeth. Yeah,
he's looking at his opponent carefully, thinking, "What are you trying to do to me here?" But
what he can be worried of? What he can worried of in this position?
Yeah, but you know, if you play the Sicilian all your life, every now and then you've been crushed by a double piece sacrifice. It happens. So he probably has a sensation that, I mean, I have to be careful here. And I wouldn't say he's worried about theory, because I noticed that the opponent has spent more than an hour, but he might be worried. No, this kid is playing fast and confident. Has he seen something that I'm just not seeing? But at the end, a chess player has to trust his own instincts. So Horvath will find the move and probably go on to win. Will he capture the rook?
Michael,
maybe not.
There is one idea that I just spotted out. I don't know how strong it is. Let's say bishop takes rook.
I would take the rook straight away, and you know why? If you don't take it, when white castles and you take it afterwards, it won't be a check, and that could be important. In some variation, you'll be saying it should have taken with check. Okay, so let's say it checks.
That's a so important
and
point.
Goes to queen to c6.
And this at this point, queen c6, queen b7, queen d8, queen b8 are the moves. So queen d8 we eliminate it. And there is a queen b8 move. Let's just see that. After queen to b8, I found it very interesting. Queen to b4.
Queen to b4. Ah,
and
nice.
And on e7 there is a big call.
Nice. This looks very, very dangerous. Also,
there
queen
is
to
a way to avoid.
Also, queen to a5. So we probably have to start giving up material, D6, and anything can happen.
Knight,
This is dangerous. That's why I agree, Kati. It has to be queen to c6, because this is the move that hits the knight and doesn't allow white to bring in another piece. Also, bishop b6 could be an idea. This is the move I'd actually do here. Because if he castles, then we knock off the queen on e7. But here, I'm wondering what would be the move. Probably rook to b8. I hope it's rook to b8. And if he checks me with the knight, I'm just hoping that there's going to be nothing wrong with my position after king e7 or king to f8. And I don't think there is. Let's just go to f8. And I mean, there's too many threats here and still the extra piece. This is winning for black.
Michael, can we just check one last thing?
Oh.
After what happened? After rook to b8.
Yes.
After rook to b8.
Again.
King white's castle here.
Oh, now castling, okay.
And I'm giving up the
I'm going to take the bishop. I'm going to
yeah.
take the bishop.
And now, how about queen b4?
Now queen b4. But I still think I have this d6 move, which protects against the mate, at least for the first moment. And now I'm not you can take here and take with the rook. Wow, this is complicated, but so much material, Kitty. I'm just worried that the bishop's going to come out and there's not going to be enough. Let's go for it. Okay, so let's capture the rook. And let's go in with the rook here and just hope for the best. But look at this, Kitty. Check, and then I castle, and it's just two pieces. It's just too much.
Too much.
It's just too much. It's a good try, but I think it's just too much. So we'll keep an eye on how this game finishes, but I sense that that black will find his way through these complications and win this game.
Yeah, so this is board
This was
8.
number 8, yes.
Let's now go to board 6. Very interesting
Board
position.
6.
We have Argentinian
Fernando,
Peralta against French Alexis Tahai.
Okay.
And I was just wondering, is not this like both bishops are hanging right now, but is not White's bishop more hanging because it's
White's
trapped?
bishop is completely trapped.
But it's White's move.
But it's his turn to play.
Okay,
So in the worst case scenario, he can capture the bishop and equalize. Now, Fernando's playing with the white pieces. And of course, many people know who Fernando is. He is an Argentinian grandmaster who lives in Spain for many, many years. He's actually quite a good colleague of mine. Very nice person. Very amicable. Very nice person. But also, something that many people don't know, he is a 4-time Argentinian national champion. And the last time was this year, and he's already crossed the 40-year-old barrier. So he's not a young kid anymore, and he's won the championship 4 times. He does lots of sports. He's a very good trainer, very well recognized as a trainer. And I think these 2 factors allow him to keep in top shape for these top-rated competitions. He's a very good player.
You said he's over 40?
Yeah. Fernando's over 40, yeah.
I think alongside what you said, he also has some...
Good genes.
Yes,
good
or
genes,
some
good genes.
secrets,
Good genes. Well, I think he's over 40. We should check this. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's 41 or 42. In any case, he's an excellent player and 4-time Argentinian champion, and has played many times these tournaments here in Barcelona because he lives quite near. So I've actually played with him twice. Both times I've been severely punished. So I know what it is facing against these strong grandmasters. So very nice guy, Fernando. And on his way, according to the computer, to do his third win. Okay, I'm not going to go to the start of the game, but we should see at least how this funny position arises. So let's start here. So this position is equal for pieces, but it's White's turn, and he gets in a check on g5. Black only has 1 move. Has to block with the pawn. And he goes back. Okay. And now black pushes forward. And he goes back. Now black pushes forward again, threatening to trap the bishop. And this is the position we were seeing before. He blocks with b4. Probably expecting his opponent to go back with the bishop. But black pushes on. So what to do here, Kitty? What would you do? Would you sacrifice the bishop for the pawn? Or would you capture the bishop on a5? What to do? What to do? What to do? Chess is so difficult. So
Well,
difficult.
the thing is that I think white can have here the advantage because of the not well-developed queen side. So let's just follow one line and we can
Okay.
find out the truth, yeah?
Okay.
So let's go. I think the most forcing is to take the bishop.
Okay. So we take the bishop on a5.
Yes.
And he has to take back on g3.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other move. And
now
probably with
rook
which
to
pawn?
d8.
Oh, okay, intermezzo.
Yeah.
He does have an intermezzo him as well here.
Yeah.
But let's check this variation. Take.
So if he takes any of the pawn and
For example, this one here.
yes,
We take back.
And the whole idea of this can be that after knight e6, the pawn on g5 can be gone.
Ah, this nasty check here.
Yeah.
Picking up the pawn. This is
Attacking
very
another
good.
pawn there.
Very good. And having another pawn and a 2-1 advantage on the king side. This is winning. Basically, it's a winning position. Nice.
So
what to
maybe
do then
this
here?
intermediate move is not so good.
Not
You
so
have
good.
to take
Take
the
back.
rook.
Yeah. And now we have to choose
Well, you can do the same, yeah? Knight
We
e8,
can do the
knight e6,
same,
knight g5.
or
just-
capture the pawn and threaten
yeah.
the other one. So we have a nice choice here. And it's hard to know which is the best, but
Another
generally I think I would
thing
take. I
is-
would take.
Yeah, let's say take, and black plays king to e7 to avoid knight e6.
Okay.
Now rook to b1 is so
This is nasty.
raw.
Nasty, very nasty.
Attacking on b7, you
Very
can't really
nasty.
defense it. If you give me the
Very
b pawn
nasty.
in change of a pawn, you are not really trading anything. Knight on b8 is hanging.
Yep.
If you play knight d7 and then try to pin the knight on b file, then a pawn is so well advanced.
Yep,
a6.
you protect.
yeah.
We're going to show this variation
Yeah.
for the viewers. This is a very interesting variation. If knight to d7, we capture the pawn, and when the rook pins trying to win some piece, a6 is fantastic.
Yeah.
And the a pawn is helpful. So I think Fernando's calculating these variations, and he will see these lines. He's a very strong player, very, very technical, and he's probably just deciding which way does he have to go to maximize his chances of winning the game. Because in the original position, he does have the option. He has just played pawn takes bishop, but he did have the option of, first of all, capturing on f4, and only now capturing on a5. This option was possible, and so he was probably just assessing which of the two would lead to an improved position.
Yeah, in this position, I think what he avoid is rook d1, knight d7, and somehow black is
least
on
he-
time
yeah,
to
he-
develop the knight.
Yeah,
However,
and-
still very bad pawn structure.
Yeah, but he a pawn down, but with some chances to hold the game. Well played by Fernando. Okay, so what other games?
I can suggest to go back on the second board.
Okay,
Aravin
to
against
Arvind Chitambaram
Kushko.
against Kushko Dmitry from
And-
Ukraine. We left it here, but I'm not sure if he actually played. That was your suggestion.
No. It was suggestion, yeah.
So let's see if he did play it. So we left it here. This is real game, h5. And our magnificent team will bring up the board where Aravint is playing with Dmitry Kushko. Meanwhile, we'll go forward. h5, a5. And we were thinking f4. And he did indeed play f4. And you were suggesting knight to c5 and possibly bishop to b4 as a contestation. So he went knight c6, a different move, trying maybe to simplify some pieces. And Chitambaram played rook h3, nice.
With idea rook g3
maybe
to
wants
king side
rook,
attack.
swing the rook over, and but this is very comfortable when the pawn is on h5. Okay, so opponent played castle and rook. This is
Okay,
unbelievable.
h5, a5, rook a3.
This is a position. Oh, come on. h4, a4, h5, a5.
Yeah.
Rook h1, rook h3.
Crazy.
Let's put the other one as well. Now, I
Crazy.
think he's considering this position here. Something like this. He's eyeing something like this.
But I have a question. Is not this pawn on c2 hanging?
That is true. He can't do it yet. He can't do it yet. You're right. You're right. He'd have to take with the queen then. But
And
the
again,
pawn
the
is
pawn
hanging.
is hanging. So,
Okay, so
is this sort of pawn blunder?
I mean, Chitambaram, let's see how much time it took to play the move. I can't really see how long it took to play the move.
If we put down
Can you see it?
the mouse, we need to bring. Okay, it's 37 seconds.
Did he blunder the pawn? Did he blunder the pawn? Okay, I have an idea. I have to think that he didn't blunder the pawn because he is a very strong grandmaster. So in that case, I am suspecting the possibility as follows: that he didn't blunder the pawn. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, and now if bishop takes c2, I was thinking maybe rook to c3. Although the computer jumps up here, it must be queen to c1.
And
And you
white
just pin
is
the
winning,
bishop,
yeah.
and this is the move. And against queen takes c2, I'm thinking exchange of queens and rook c3. Now that may be the key variation. Let's see if this happens. Take here. Okay,
Rook H, I guess.
queen a1 might be possible, but let's say he swaps and brings the other. Oh, so I was playing pawn takes. Okay, here, and now which rook? Probably
H.
this one.
Yeah, not to have bishop f. Oh, even though it was fine.
And then I was thinking something like this. What do you think? Do you think white has enough compensation? I think he does.
Yeah.
So he.
It
So
was not a blunder.
It was not a blunder. I mean, it's
very tricky,
yeah.
sneaky
And
idea.
As he played it so fast, he must have spotted it in the time of his opponent. So he was
Lovely.
thinking, if he goes knight c6, boom, I'll play rook a3 straight away. This is tough to play against when a guy blitzes out his
Yeah.
moves in your time, no? So he's
Michael,
well
I have an
controlled.
idea. So we have the issue of the H of the C file, right? If we go back after rook to A3, so how about black first plays rook to C8 in this position?
Instead of exchange, yeah?
Yeah. So
Which rook do you want to put? The
let's put A.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, you never know which rook is the good rook.
You know the story about Capablanca with the two rooks, no? It's a fun story. They say there's a rule of the Capablanca's rule of the rooks. As you never know which rook is the correct one, Capablanca said, supposedly, think about the rook you want to move and then move the other one. That's his rule. So in this position,
true,
we don't know which rook to put. So we'd think of rook ac8
Yeah.
and we'd play rook fc8. That's
Yeah.
Capablanca rules. And it works a lot. But
I would
no-
here
it's
actually
not
go
something to-
F rook.
Then you go with the other one.
You know why I would go F rook? Because in some lines there might be bishop b4 intermediate move or bishop c5.
Okay.
And there we know that white wants some sort of rook lift on the other
Okay.
side. So king might have some free space.
Great. So if you
On the
wanted,
other- yeah.
according to Capablanca, you'd think of this one,
Yeah, you go with the other.
but the move would be the other one.
yeah.
But of course, the viewers must understand this is a fun rule.
Yeah.
But it's something just to keep in the back of your head.
You know what
You never know.
I think that if you reach this point, because when you are learning chess and studying and progressing, there are many topics that you are covering. You are starting openings, you are doing your tactics, you are trying to learn the attacking ideas. Then you are, when you're good with the tactics and everything, then you are switching with more strategical ideas. You are trying to improve your bad pieces position, then you are learning how to win with pair of bishop, so lots of ideas, right? And then comes which rook, yeah? This is also the theme that you can work on.
Yep.
Actually, I was working with my coach many years ago, and at some point I realized that if you already reached to this place, you have to be very, very
Yeah.
satisfied
Yeah,
with
yeah.
your progress, because this is very, very, how to say...
It's a nuance. It's very,
Yeah.
very thin. I mean, it's not something that, if you get to here, you've mastered a lot of other things beforehand, for sure.
Yeah.
But of course, this is a strategy that, as I said before, this is a fun one, a fun strategy. So, rook ac8.
So in the same line which we were demonstrating, there will be no rook c7, yeah, in the end. So.
Yeah. So now white would need to do a move to prevent against knight takes d4. So which move would be that? Would it be rook g3 and just forget about knight takes d4? Or would it be some move to protect the
Bishop
pawn
D3.
on
No, it's
bishop d3? But okay, it's possible, but it's not something I want to do after just playing rook to a3. Could it be knight to c6? It's weird as well, this move. Okay, so let's put the other rook on f8. Let's do your move, Kitty, rook fc8. Because now if I exchange on c6 and you capture with the queen, I don't have bishop to b4 hitting the rook.
Yeah.
But even this position...
I want to play here with black, maybe at some point, queen to c5 and sneak on g1 square.
Sneak on g1, yeah.
Knight c5, knight c4 is another
The computer
idea.
says black is more or less okay. I'm not sure about this rook a3 move. I'm not sure. Okay. Aravind is very strong.
He's very
So
sure. He has
he
something
knows
hidden.
things-
He has something hidden
He
in
knows
his
things
mind.
that we don't know.
His opponent, by the way, just played
he
rook
played.
f to c8.
He played rook f6, yeah. So maybe he knows the Capablanca rule. He knows the Capablanca rule. Or more logically, he's spotted the bishop b4 trick and doesn't want to avoid getting hit by that one. So now it'll be very interesting when Aravind sits down, if he blitzes out again his next move. I think he's going to start thinking a bit. So look, there he is.
He just came back.
He has a spectator.
Oh, wow,
who is-
so much
yeah.
in depth the game, yeah?
She's in depth in the game.
Wow.
Yeah. So Aravind is thinking, and now of course he has to do something against knight takes d4 and not being able to capture with the bishop because of queen takes c2. And by the way, there is another threat, positional, which is knight to c5 and then jump to e4, or even bishop to e4, although I personally would prefer the knight to get to
be
e4.
on e4, yeah.
So, yeah, this is an interesting position.
White has the space advantage, but white also has a little bit of holes in the position e4.
Yeah, but also I
this
think
file.
the lack of connection of white's pieces for the attack, that's the thing that's worrying me. If the rook could somehow miraculously jump over the bishop to g3 and maybe leave some space for the queen to go to g4, I'd be happy. Which, by the way, gives me an idea. If we play rook to g3 and somehow go at some point bishop to d3 and queen to g4, I'm not sure if we can get all this in. But if we could get this in, then we would be okay. But computer already suggests that black would be better here.
Oh, okay.
So probably knight takes d4 or knight to c5 and knight to
Let's
e4.
check knight e4 actually.
Okay, let's
it's
take here.
straightforward.
Let's take with
line.
the queen. And now, computer doesn't like this at all. I think you can capture the pawn. I think I'm going to capture the pawn. It's one pawn and a couple of squares. So, and f5 is not working because if bishop takes f5.
Queen c5 comes along. Next move to trade queens.
We can start sacrificing things here and just hope for the best, but I just don't think it's going to work. I just don't think it's going to work. There's not enough. Even the knight can drop back to f8, protect. The queen comes to c5. It's just not going to work. So, Ketty, you actually spotted a very good move with rook fc8. Very good move. Very good move. Because you attack and you defend at the same time. It's a very good move. Very good move.
Arvind might already start to worry about his c2 pawn, but he's not only Indian player who must be in a struggle right now.
Tell me more.
5, Suturaman against Fiorito, the Argentinian international master.
Okay, so let me talk a bit about Fiorito, because this is a very interesting situation. So there are 3 Fioritos.
Oh, we have seen yesterday one father, yes?
We have the father, who's an international master. We have the son, who is also an international master, 16 years old. And we have the younger son, who is a FIDE master, and also I think he has an international master. I think he's about 14. So we have father and 2 sons. and they're from Argentina, and they've come to play Sitges. And I've heard they might stay around Spain to do a bit more training and participating in tournaments. And we also have the other Argentinian, Faustino Oro. You've heard about him.
Yes.
10 years old,
Yes.
FIDE master. So something has happened happening in Argentina. And not only a change of president, there's more things happening now in Argentina.
Wow, yes.
So,
But is this the kid that's gonna have the match very soon on ChessKid, or?
the matches in ChessKid is Faustino.
Okay.
Faustino is the 10-year-old kid. He
It's also 10. It's
Yeah, he played in the Llobregat tournament last week. He didn't come to play in Sitges, although I do think he's in Barcelona, because as far as I understand, FIDE have given him a wild card to go to play in Uzbekistan, the Blitz and Rapid. So he's one of the lowest rated players in the Blitz and Rapid, but he's so good at such a young age. FIDE gave him a wild card.
Yeah, because Michael, on Monday I will be hosting the show as he's on ChessKid as he's playing against Levi Rossman. So that's.
I heard that. I heard that.
That's,
against the famous streamer Gotham Chess.
Yes.
So you'll be hosting it.
Yes,
wow!
indeed.
Congratulations!
Yeah.
Congratulations!
And when I heard about the match, I said like, okay, I can do double work.
Okay, which day is that?
Is it Monday?
If you need someone to help you, don't forget to ask.
We can
your
host
friend
together,
Michael.
yeah.
Okay,
We can
so
host together.
as we can see in the photo, we have the young Fiorito, the older kid, international master, 16 years old, and by now probably already stronger than his father. Less experienced, of course, but and he's actually on the track to defeating Sethuraman if things go well for him. Let's consider this position.
The last move. How the bishop got on g4?
Let's go back a bit. We were more or less here. Okay, so we were more or less here. He opens up the game with f4. He recaptures with the rook, and he's targeting the pawn on h4. And Sethuraman gives him that pawn. Okay. I wouldn't have done that move, but Sethuraman is much better than me, so he probably spots something that I don't see. But he's lost the pawn and the pin, so it's a bit weird. Okay. Long castle. Queen to d2, overprotecting. Knight to g8.
I think he was very much worried about bishop d4, rook f1, rook f4 sort of
pins.
pins.
All these pins are on the table now. Bishop to g4. This liberates some squares and also takes away a defender. Rook to e8. e5. Look at this move, Ketty. This is a wonderful move. Very well played. He liberates the square for the knight. He gets rid of his weak pawn. And if queen takes, I think, I'd have to calculate here, but I think that he wants to play, I have to calculate, but I think he wants to play...
No, rook f2, bishop f2, sorry.
Oh, bishop f2,
And the bishop is pinned.
But bishop f... Okay. I was thinking knight takes f7, but it wasn't working, I think. But yeah, maybe just this.
Yeah. Bishop f2, step aside a little bit. Queen takes g5.
Take, and we
Rook
take
in
on
the
h8.
end is hanging,
We
so
win the exchange.
you start even with rook e8 check, and black cannot recapture it back.
It's just a clean exchange, yes. So he can't take with the queen.
If you take with a pawn...
Hold on, he took with the bishop, but let's see. If he takes with the pawn, maybe knight, bishop takes c5 and knight e4.
I was thinking actually d6 here.
Wow, for knight d5, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, it's not so
But I
good,
think it's good
actually.
anyway. I still think it's a good move. Maybe not the best, but also a very good move. He played bishop takes g4 first. Took back with the rook. Now the knight is fully protected. And f5. If he takes with the queen now, again, bishop to f2 is 1-0 because of the unprotected rook. And if he takes with the pawn, now I do think that we can bring in some more pieces. Now, what to do here? I would still go with this d6.
Yeah, d6 is so nice.
Because you bring the knight in, or you capture the pawn on f7, and both look very, very good. Okay, so he played f5. And Fiorito is thinking in this position. Okay, so we have him on the board. He knows he has a good position.
Oh, it's a bad move, f5.
Yeah, it's a bad move. But the thing is,
According to the engine.
Yeah, how to take advantage of this bad move. We take en passant,
Oh.
or we play rook to g3.
We have to calculate this.
Yeah.
Pawn takes pawn first.
I think I would go for pawn takes pawn in principle. Yes, put the pawn.
Pawn takes pawn. If you take with the queen, bishop d4.
Okay, this is clear because the rook protects the
Yeah.
bishop, and we're winning a piece.
It's a game
So
over.
he has to take with the knight.
Knight attacks the rook, and
Okay. Now, what's the way to go here? Is it bishop to f2?
now the problem is that black's pieces are well developed. After
Yeah.
bishop f2, queen can go on g7.
Yeah. This is not so clear.
Actually, he took the
Oh,
pawn
he played.
on the other side.
He played. He took the pawn on d6. Okay. This looks good. Okay. If queen captures, we do have knight to f7, which looks good. And if pawn captures, okay. Now I'm wondering, what is the move now? Is it bishop
Michael,
f2?
is there a bishop c5?
But then queen takes e1. I was thinking.
Taken king f2?
Too many pieces hanging. The rook on g4 is hanging as well. I sense that that's not the move.
Yeah.
But bishop f2 seems okay. Why not just play? Or is there another move here? Let me think just for a moment. Let's see, Michael, make a good move here. Rook h4 is also possible. Which is the best move here? Queen to d4. I think it must be bishop f2, but let's check just
How
in
about
case.
rook g3?
Also very nice. You just protect the bishop and keep all the threats.
Yeah, this is like very least if that nothing
Yeah.
works, that's the move, yeah.
Oh, careful! If rook g3, maybe f4, and the rook might be hanging in. Oh,
Bishop f2.
yeah, we're going in. We're going in. I would just think about this one and see what happens. Because the queen is under attack and the rook is behind. So let's say he plays, okay, queen f8, for example. Now, how can we take advantage of this position? Let's see. Taking rook g3 is okay. I mean, look at this position of the pieces. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's not really...
Another idea is to take a knight to b5. So something like this. Unless I'm mistaken, this could also be quite threatening and just keeping the pressure up with strong, potent moves. So,
actually, I'm thinking, can we do something? Yeah, this is fantastic. Can we
This
do
looks
something
good.
after this bishop d4 and we trap the rook on h8? Because it's like sort of trapped, yeah?
straight away. But remember, we have our rook hanging
No,
on
this was very nice idea. Knight b5 and then bishop d4. Whenever,
yeah, okay. But first, how does he
Yeah.
protect the d6 pawn? It's not at all easy. With the king, with the queen, then we have bishop d4. Now, this is very good. He'll have to work out the exact move order, but all these variations look very good. And in the worst case scenario, you just move the rook back to g3 and continue playing with the e file or the d4 square. So the kid Fiorito is very well placed, and this could be a shocker because Sethuraman is 2682 or nearly 2600, and I wonder if Fiorito has won many games against 2600 players. And by the way, look at the time. Sethuraman 10 minutes, Fiorito 50 minutes. So he even has a healthy time advantage. I'm
Wow,
gonna put my money on
very
Fiorito today. Yep.
Very interesting position. Time advantage also. More than half an hour advantage here in the position where all these ideas are so easy to spot. All you need is to sit down and understand exactly what's happening. Yeah. And you know what is very important to remember, that these players, they have played this game starting from the very beginning until now, so they know why the pawn is on a5. We don't know. We need more time to understand why, I don't know, pawn is on h3. So they are already very good
They're in the
and
game.
deep in the
Yeah.
in the game. So every move now, they know why they're making this move, why this is good, why this is bad. So
And one
I
other thing-
agree with this. Is actually can be some upset
Yeah,
here.
and one other thing, something I just noticed now, of course, Fiorito won the pawn on h4 before, and Sethuraman hasn't got it back. So in the worst case, White does have an extra pawn, and it's and it's his opponent who has to demonstrate. And with only 9 minutes on the board and this bad position, he's in big trouble. This is going to be a big moment for the young Argentinian star. Okay. Let's go and check on our friend Lenier, see how is he doing.
I was just checking right now, and we don't have much of the changes, but we need to bring up the game on the screen.
Let's bring up Lenier against Pranav on board 30. Oh, the kid is defending very well. Look at that. Look at that. He's brought his rooks. Lenier did the press on the B file. That's something we expected. But Black also was able to hold.
I like how Black is keeping the eye on a5 pawn, because
Yep.
in this position, this pawn is a bit of pushed too far. I would here suggest move knights to h2 here for White. The idea is to play knight g4.
Yep.
And this is just a threat, but you also want to play knight g4, knight e3, heading to d5 or f5 squares. Mostly d5.
The route of the knight.
Well, if you stop me, knight g4 with h5 ideas, you
Yep.
have to be a bit careful with these moves, because I can still play knight f1, knight e3 to the same route.
You do the same route, yeah.
Yes, and somehow this pawn on h5 can be White's target in many positions in the endgame.
Yeah. He might
made a
do
move.
h5, but okay, there's been a move.
He made a move.
Let's see what he did.
Queen to a1.
To a1. Okay, so for the moment he just overprotects the c3 pawn, so that if need be he can liberate the bishop. But I do think that he will play this move at some point, because something, of course, you know Victor Bologan, a very good, strong player.
Who has a birthday today? I just
Yeah,
saw a
it's
post.
his birthday.
Yes.
He used to play for our team in Spain when he was 2700. And when we were doing our Spanish team tournaments, he would come with us and play with our team, win all the games. And in the evening, more or less criticize our play during the afternoon in a very friendly manner. No? He would teach us, actually. And one day I played a game. It was in a fun way, but he would try and make us and help us to improve. So one day I played a game, and I think I drew the game. And he wasn't very impressed, and he said, Michael, why did you do it? He spoke good Spanish, and he told me, in most of the positions when nothing is happening, look to relocate the knight. That's the key. And these things, when they come from a very good grandmaster, they stay in your mind. And then you look at you knew this, and you played knight to h2, you're looking for the route. White's pieces, it's difficult to find better squares for most of the pieces, but the knight is not doing enough.
Yeah.
So you relocate the knight to a better square.
Yeah.
And probably Black should be thinking to do the same thing with his bishop.
Oh, but hard to find any square for this bishop.
By the way,
h6, knight, bishop g5,
but
maybe?
I understand Queen a1 now.
Really?
Bishop d8 might have been a threat. So
Oh,
I think he
nice.
needs to overprotect the pawn if necessary. I think.
Ooh, nice.
So it's a battle of wits here. Can Lenier relocate the knight before Black can target the a5 pawn? Something's going to happen there. Okay, but this kid he's 1800 and 13 years old, and he's playing.
But also the way...
I think we have to send this kid to the candidates. Look at him.
The way how he's sitting there relaxed,
his bag.
enjoying the moment.
With his rucksack.
Yeah.
Oh, look,
he's
there he
going
goes.
to play
What is
bishop
it?
d8.
He played bishop d8.
You don't ask second time him to make this move.
I think he's going to play rook a2, but let's stay here for a moment, because the pawn is hit. And I wonder if there's any other move that isn't rook a2.
But hold on, this actually leaves Black in charge of b file if you play rook a2.
You'd have to move the knight back. Is that a problem for white?
I was actually thinking some crazy moves like knight d4.
Okay, then we have to calculate because
Let's make it on the board.
because if the knight does go back, also the a6 pawn
Yeah.
would be hanging. Okay, so let's
We
do
never
it.
go back.
Rook to a2, protecting the pawn on a5,
Knight d4.
and let's just do it. See what happens. Knight to d4. Okay, now we have to change.
Yeah, if you take the knight, I win
We're
rook,
dead.
I win
We're
queen.
dead. We're dead. So let's change, and I'm thinking you're going to make the intermezzo. Yes,
That's right.
is that the one? Okay, let's go for
Yes,
it.
yes.
Take.
Pawn takes.
Take, and now what do you want to recapture with?
I would capture here with the queen to
Okay.
guard a6, control a b file fully.
And you're better here because, okay, look at this,
Better,
look at
yes.
this. As soon as black has a moment, he's going to swing his queen over towards
Yeah.
this area here.
Absolutely.
No, this is not good. This is not good at all. So Lenier has to find a way to protect the pawn on a5, and he can't play rook to a2.
Maybe what he can do is to give him a5 pawn, give black a5, and then to attack the
Round the
bishop.
back.
Yeah, but the
Round the
pawn on
back.
c3 is hanging.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So let's pass the move. Let's say knight h2.
Let's do or move a king, or let's do knight h2.
Yeah, any move.
Okay.
After queen to a5, now he can play rook a2.
Now rook a2, okay. Hit the queen and knock off the pawn behind.
Yeah.
That's okay. That looks better here. Yeah, yeah. So there's no immediate danger. No immediate danger. Okay. I was worried actually. I was
started
worried.
to worry.
I mean, come on. He's about to
But
lose
I
against
think you
Adrian.
have
Okay.
to make a correct move, because if you do so, the moment white leaves the b file to black's hand, knight d4
Yeah, that's
can
very
be
dangerous. Very dangerous. Tremendously dangerous.
So either knight goes somewhere, so knight d4 is not strong, or king h1, so there is no check
Or
on
king
f3.
f1.
Oh, I would be scared of that.
Well, maybe king f1 prevents a check on e2 with the knight d4 as well. So it does have some. King h1 is tricky because this is a bit like the rooks we talked before.
Yeah.
When you've mastered all the other things, you start realizing in some positions if the king should go to h, which is far away from the center for the ending, or can it go to f with all the big pieces on the board?
Yeah.
But if they exchange, you're near the center.
Yeah.
So difficult, so difficult.
So difficult. But right now we
But I
have
still
so
like
many
knight
hits.
h2. I think you can play knight h2. Why not? If this variation is not bad, we start the route for the knight. Look, Lenier, what's Lenier looking at there?
Michael, there is another idea. How
Oh.
about we first? This is a bit a silly move, but we can
We
take
can
it
do
back.
it.
Yeah,
We can do it. We can take it back.
So my idea here is to give up the bishop for the knight.
Okay.
Play c4, so there's no a5 pawn issue anymore. If you take with the pawn, a6 and so on and so on.
Okay, so we're going to push this
Yeah,
one and see
yeah.
what happens. So let's think he'll take with
You
the
have
bishop.
to take with the bishop either
And now c4.
now we're trading and c4. And I was thinking.
Now we're protecting, so we're good now.
Yeah, I was thinking that our knight might be stronger in this position than light square bishop.
Well, it's definitely not weaker, because if we put it on d5, he'll have to exchange, so it's never weaker. It's all blocked, so the knight is good here. But you need to get it to a center square. So should we start the route? Which route do you want to take? This one here? Or do you want to go
Yeah, I'm
this way
afraid this
here?
is not enough.
Which way should we go? It doesn't look. It looks interesting, but maybe not enough.
Yeah.
And I'm still worried what would happen if he captured with the pawn, because okay, we do have an a6 pawn, but
Oh, it can be lost.
it might be lost. And also now I'm starting to like these bishops. So this would be a complicated position. Now, Lenier was looking towards the room for inspiration, but I think he's realized that the a5 pawn can't be captured, but he needs to know how to improve. Of course, if the Indian kid leaves his bishop on d8 and doesn't capture, what can he do to move all these pieces? He has, let's make the count, 5, 10, 13, 16, 19, 28 points in a very reduced area of space. That's too much.
Oof, yeah.
Too many points in a reduced area. there's not a good way to coordinate and elaborate a strategy. So I think Lenier can just play normally, and it's black who has to find a way to untangle this situation, somehow exchange some pieces.
Michael, can we check here move bishop rook to b3?
Rook to b3, just a simple move.
So my idea here
keep the rook is protected.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is after queen to a5.
Okay.
Queen a5, bishop a5.
Queen takes.
Yeah.
Bishop takes. Now the pawn is protected.
Pawn is protected, and I play knight g5.
Oh, this
So
is
this is so weird move.
on the other side of the board. Wow.
The pawn on f7 is not hanging, but if you play here any move like
Yeah.
bishop d8 or h6, let's
Yeah.
say h6
Let's
so
say
natural,
h6.
yeah. Oh no, you have to play bishop d8
Oh,
if
I know.
want
I
to.
know what you. I know what you want to do. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, nice. He'd have to play bishop d8.
Bishop d8, yeah, but it's
Exactly
not about
the move you
must
needed to play.
moves, yeah.
So for the viewers, Ketty, let's explain what you wanted to do. No, some sacrifice on f7, and then get
Bishop
in
leaves
c4.
c4 square, frees the square,
Exactly,
so c4.
freeing the square.
Yeah.
And this would actually be a really nice tactic
Yeah.
if
the
it
bishop is
weren't
not
for
hung.
the bishop on t2 hanging. If not, you'd win back the piece and you'd be good here. So, yeah, nice, very nice.
Oh, Michael. Oh, well, we can make it work. Just let's go after
Okay.
h6.
Okay.
We can include rook to ba1 at some point.
Oh, then we'd have to do it now. Because we don't need the two rooks. With one, it's enough. But which one should we move? Should we do this one here?
Yes.
But then when he goes to d8, we can't go knight to
But
g5.
but no, rook a6. And
Okay,
I trade
okay,
my
okay,
bed pawn.
Okay.
Yeah.
This makes sense.
Yeah.
This makes sense. This makes sense. And knight to d4 is possible? No, because we have knight takes d4. So the tactics, I think, work for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah. Very good. You're finding the moves for Lenier. Look at
I'm
Lenier
preparing
there.
for the
Lenier,
second edition of
don't
Blitz tournament,
worry.
Michael.
Ketty's got your back. Ketty's got your back. Yeah, Lenier.
Lenier should know who's his team.
Imagine Lenier turns towards us now and looks at us.
Looks at us.
That would be
If he qualifies to the candidate,
You're his second. You got his
I have
back.
to be in the team. I have
I think you're
much.
You're going to Toronto for sure.
yeah.
You're going to Toronto.
I have to be in a team. Maybe promotion, like to promote him as a player, social media team. But I have
Social media and expert in real open position.
tactics.
Look,
Ooh,
he played.
whoa.
He played. Let's see what he
knight
did.
g5 maybe right away,
Let's
or
see.
bishop
He
g5.
played. Knight to g5. He heard you, Ketty. I hope he's not hearing the commentary. That would be a disaster.
That's like 5 floors up.
It wouldn't be good for him, I think. He probably shouldn't listen to us. Okay, knight to g5, hitting the pawn. Well, we did say that he could make a random move. So take, and now, of course, the pawn on a5 is no longer in trouble, and he does have the bishop pair. However, what is the plan to win this position? I mean, for a draw, it's fantastic. But he
Also,
needs
Michael,
to win.
knight to c3 is not a pawn blunder. Queen a1 was played because of that to
Very
avoid
important.
queen hanging on a2, and also the knight on c3 is
Very
hanging.
important.
Knight e2
There's
can
a
be
check, but I think we get in king f1,
Yeah.
yeah? Just in time. So Lenier had calculated these ideas beforehand. Very well played. The thing is, this position is so closed, so blocked, that, I don't know, Lenier is going to have to really work hard to win this game. He's going to have to work very, very hard.
Yeah.
As long as black just keeps the position closed, there is a breakthrough on f4. There is a breakthrough on d4. There are two breakthroughs. So white does have ways to unbalance the position, but it's not going to be easy.
I really like this breakthrough with f-pawn because our light square bishop is scanning on f7 pawn so strong.
And the two rooks can swing
And
over,
they are already in very well positioned, f2, f1.
Yeah.
And all the attention can get to the other side of the board. Queen a2 can also get back if it's needed at some point to hit even more on f7. So
yes, this idea as well. Yes, very nice.
In his situation right now, it's most important to play the games where there's no risk. to
Yes.
get worse.
Yes.
Okay, he will not lose the probably game, but get the worse, so the opponent can hold on and draw,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So,
Wow.
he's checking something.
Both of them have turned round as if there may have been a disturbance behind.
Mm-hmm.
Behind them is the streamers area. So maybe something fell down or there was some noise or something and both of them were looking in that direction. Okay. Or maybe he just wanted to see the screens are behind him. So, okay, Lenier has the control. According to the computer, he is still slightly better. But yeah, the Indian kid is really putting him to the test today. Okay.
Nice thing to see for us indeed. I think, Michael, we can take a look at the game on the first board. We might have some sort of upset.
Okay, board number 1 was Jamie Morris against Kirill Alexenko from Austria, playing for Austria, although, as we know, a player from Russia who has changed the federations to Austria.
Oh, Australia and Austria. So many people are getting confused with these two countries.
Yeah, this just makes...
We're not selling kangaroos in Australia.
No,
You know that?
It reminds me, there's a film, and there's this really good actor called James Franco. And in the film, he's doing an interview, and he's interviewing an Australian woman, and he says to her, "So you're from
Australia.
you're from Australia? Yeah. You speak very good English. Where
Yeah,
did you learn?
good.
You heard this? You know what I'm talking about, no? Yeah.
But I thought it was a set up show.
No, I think it's
Is
a
it
film.
real?
I think it's a film. Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Yeah. I enjoy James Franco. He's a very good actor since he was a kid.
It's funny. It's
It's a really good clip. You've probably seen this clip on Instagram.
Yeah.
So you're
nice.
Austrian? No, I'm Australian. No, yeah, of course, but you're Austrian. No? So where did you learn to speak English? You know the clip, so maybe some of the viewers also know the clip. So
Well, my
and
favorite
if not, just
thing,
go and find it. It's very good.
it's so nice. My favorite thing about Austria is that if anyone ever had a flight in Vienna, there is this gift shops and any type of gifts. They say we don't have kangaroos in Austria, and the kangaroo photo and the big red
really?
line.
Because people ask for them. Oh, come on. So they go to Austria and go to get the kangaroo in the gift shop.
We
Wow.
don't have kangaroos in Austria.
I was in Vienna recently in a trip to Cyprus. I had a stopover in Vienna for one night, and I went to the museum and went for a walk. Very nice. Vienna's very nice. Very nice.
Fantastic.
Okay, so look, you are right. Alexenko, at least according to the computer, is in big trouble here. Really big trouble. Material is equal. King safety is equal. So again, we need to find the reason White has +3 in this position. Oof. And his rook is under attack. So we need to find, and we have to find the reason.
But
he's
look
in
at
big
this,
trouble here.
Black's pieces seems to be a
Again,
bit passive.
5.
Yesterday, remember this situation when all Kirill's pieces were also backwards. But then at some point, the opponent gave him a chance, 1 or 2 tempo.
He was able to get through.
And he threw all these pieces all over the board. So here for White, this is the moment. Let's try to understand why this is so bad for Black. Just give me something straightforward. I'm thinking maybe rook to a8 or something.
I was thinking rook to a8 as well, because we pin the knight. He does have queen to d7, though. Let's see what happens here. Rook a8, pinning the knight, and queen to d7. It seems to me that this one lets him off the hook. He gets off the hook here. White is still better, but we lost a big part of our advantage, because he was able to unpin more or less satisfactorily. Let's go back. We have to look for a good move here. There might be a crusher in this position. I mean, +3.
Yeah, I was
That's
looking
huge.
something like queen h6.
I was looking at this, but I thought that he had this move
Wait,
here.
rook g6?
But with the pawn in the middle, we just...
Rook
first
g6,
rook to
yeah.
g6. Okay, let's go for
Rook
it.
g6, pawn h takes, queen h6 checkmate.
Okay, well, let's show this to the viewers. If he takes with the h pawn, woo, this is really cool. This is really cool. But he'll take with the f pawn. So let's consider that. And when he takes with the F pawn,
this opens up the G file.
this is open.
Queen
but
H6,
now I
bishop
think
F6.
he gets in time to protect. And we'd actually be losing here. It's a pity. But maybe we can use this tactic in other variations. I always remind my students that when we're calculating variations, the things we calculate but don't work, we shouldn't forget about them. Sometimes they can come up in other variations. So we need to do a bit of...
That's how you forget people, their mistakes, and you really never forget the mistakes.
Yeah.
Always
So
remember.
we need to find a way. I'm thinking, Kitty, that maybe, and only maybe, we can play... The rook is under attack.
Yeah.
Maybe we could just put the rook on a7, just move it one step forward. The knight is controlled. We have the 7th. We still have this idea of queen h6 in some moment. Maybe just play it calmly. And we may be threatening bishop to c7 at some point. So I'm going to do it and see what happens. Come on, don't move. Let's see.
It stopped.
It stopped.
Okay, it's fine move.
I lost the
actually.
point, but I'm not. But I didn't lose the game.
It's a fine move.
It's a fine
yeah.
move, but it's not the best move. So
not the best
we
move.
know there's something better in this position. We know there's something better. So let's go back and try and find it. Come on, Kitty.
We can do it.
We can do it. We can do it. I mean, we're good players. We can find the solution. We need to find the solution here. The rook is trapped on e8, by the way, but we can't get this one in. But this does suggest to me that we may be able to do some tactic at some point. We need to find the way. We need to find the way. We need to find the way to go. We need to find the way to go.
Rook g6. This is hanging, yeah? So we don't have more time of h4, h5.
What is the move here, Kitty? What is the move?
Can you actually sacrifice an exchange and play rook to
takes
a1?
d6, take, and
Or rook d6?
a rook d6.
I was thinking rook a1.
A rook a1. But maybe, always maybe, but the knight on b8 is so poor that he'll be pleased to get it off it.
Yes, the
Now,
bet,
it
yeah.
must be something to
Agree
do
with that.
with not allowing the knight to come into play. It wasn't rook a8, we checked this before. Bishop takes b8 doesn't make sense unless we have something immediately afterwards. So I was wondering, can we do bishop takes b8, queen takes b8, and rook a8? Does that lead us anywhere?
That's interesting. Let's make it on the board.
Does that lead us anywhere? I don't think so, but we can try. So we take, he takes, and we go here. It doesn't lead us anywhere. It keeps the small advantage, but it doesn't lead us anywhere.
I think it was better to trade this knight in the rook rather than dark square bishop
But
and the knight.
this is what happened yesterday with Alexeyenko. So white is better, but all the moves we're making, we're losing our advantage. So it can't be easy. It's just not easy to find the winning move here.
Have we already checked queen h6 here?
Yeah, queen h6 we checked, and there was just f6, but we're going to do it just
We
in
did
case.
it on the board?
No, on the board, no. So let's put it here. And
It's
I
it's a
think
bad
this,
move.
yeah, because we get hit by a
Yeah.
double attack here. Now, what I'm thinking now, I mean, it's probably not good, but I'm thinking just to go back here and to redeploy the rook to d1, and the knight is very badly placed here.
He made a move. I think he played rook a8.
He played rook a8. If he did rook a8, we're gonna have to check the computer and find
Yeah.
what was the good move.
And Alexeyenko played very fast bishop d6.
Okay, so he's still better, but he lost a point and a half, so we need to know the move. We did our best, guys, to find the move by ourselves, but as we're not using computers, we only use the computer line to see if someone's better or worse.
You know what? This is really ridiculous.
What is the move?
The move that you suggested first variation.
My first variation was rook a8, I think.
No, rook a7.
Oh, rook a7, okay. Rook a7, and even though so it wasn't a stable evaluation then. Okay, so it was one of those up and down lines.
Yeah, it goes down now.
So we know then that with our computer, there can be a margin of basically 1 point in some of the more positional variations. It's not stable. Yeah. So okay, let's put the real position. Then there's not much difference between Rook A8
There's
and
no
Rook A7.
Rook A8 is a second line
Yeah.
according to the engine.
And he played Bishop to D6 very quickly.
And now engine says, come back Rook A7.
I think he played already. Let me check.
Yeah. It's
No, Queen to F4. He played Queen to F4. Okay. Just protecting the bishop. Okay.
Queen F4, yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay,
because-
you know what's the difference? If we have Rook A7, same would happen after Bishop D6.
Yeah.
But now Bishop E5,
Yep.
Knight E5, and F7 is a weakness.
Yep. Yep.
And you are basically losing the pawn on F7.
Yep,
You
that's-
lose the pawn on F7, your king is in very big danger.
So after Rook here, if he goes Bishop here, this is much stronger because the F7 pawn
is
in trouble. And there's also tactics because F6, Knight takes G6, and for the viewers, always remember to check these mating patterns. These are in the books, in the basic books, so it's always good to know. But Morris is still slightly better, and this was the player that was teaching the student in the cafeteria this morning.
Yeah.
So for sure you'll see him tomorrow there again if he beats
Yes.
Alexenko, because that's
1
part,
p.m.
that's part of the karma of players. No, they try to repeat the things that they've done to.
Yeah, so this line can continue after Bishop D6, Queen F4 with some of the traits of the pieces, Bishop E5, because
Okay.
Black cannot handle this much of pressure
Okay,
right now.
yeah. Take with the knight.
Take with the knight, and F7 pawn is hanging, not too much of the moves. Knight C6 is another move you have to be careful with.
Yep.
So Black goes with Queen to F6,
He needs to get the queen out of the pin. Yeah, this seems very
Yeah.
sensible. Okay.
Queen to F6, and we might have the end game. Queen takes, pawn takes,
Take.
Knight to D3, hitting the pawn on
Take
C5.
Knight D3, hitting the pawn here.
Knight D7 to guard this. Once again, if Rook
Okay.
is on A7,
Yeah.
you don't play that.
Yeah,
So that's why it was
the rook was better on
Yeah.
A7. Yeah.
Knight to D7, and now Rook A7 anyway.
Now hit the knight, keep the pressure on, and white is still better here.
White is
Okay,
better, yeah.
Alexenko has a disadvantage that he'll have to play very well to hold this position to draw, and his winning chances are very slight here, very meager. This is one of those two result positions. Yes, you either win
Yeah.
or you draw.
Yeah.
But the probability of losing as a 24-30 player, but I would think that if he proposed a draw, Alexenko would grab the draw and give him a hug in this position for sure. Yeah. You're my new friend.
Really, I don't like to offer a draw to my opponents, especially if it's a higher rated opponent, because I don't know. Do you also have like? I make draw in my games because of repetition, or it's a draw, or it's. I never agree with a draw. Somehow it never happens with me. I just don't like to offer a draw.
I heard someone say the other day, some trainer, he said a very interesting thing, which I remember for my students. He said, if you agree to a draw when it's not a drawn position yet, you forfeit the opportunity of learning more things along for the rest of the game. That sort of stuck with me in my head. I thought, of course, if one of my students agrees to a draw on move 20, for example, just because the other guy is stronger and he wants the half point, he won't learn anything more in that game, which he could have learned if he carried on playing.
Yeah.
So, Morris, don't offer
Keep it
Alexenko a draw.
going.
Keep it going. Make your student proud. Don't give him a draw.
Yeah,
And if you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. But you did your best.
Yeah.
Very important.
Yeah. I wanted to suggest or it's too far. Okay.
Oh, no, we
it's
can go back. It was, we were saying Rook A7, yeah? Here. Sorry.
No, Bishop
here.
E5, yeah.
Here.
Knight takes,
And
Queen
Queen
F6,
F6, yeah. Here. Let's go back to this variation.
93.
Knight D7, Rook A7.
It's pretty much forced.
It's
And
quite
here,
forced, yeah.
Michael, if Black plays Rook to D8 to guard the knight,
Okay.
I'm thinking maybe even F5, F4, F5
Why
because
not?
this bishop on G6 is
Why
like
not?
that.
This bishop is quite bad here.
Yeah.
And if F5, maybe even E5.
E5.
Oh, I'd have to calculate that because the bishop is hanging, but this
Yeah.
doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. Yeah. But maybe this is the only move. Maybe this is the only move.
But instead of rook d8, there is knight b6 move. Maybe that's better chance for black.
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
So.
It's still not done. It's still not
Still
done.
not done yet.
It looks like a good position for for James Morris, but it's still not done by no stretch. Okay, so remember the position
Satraman
of our
game.
friend, but remember the position of our friend Dominik Horvath.
Oh,
This is one of the positions we saw.
it's
But
happening in a game.
I'm
we
not
had
sure.
on- yeah.
I want to make sure because it could have been our last position. This is the game. He didn't capture the rook.
Oh no.
He didn't capture the rook. Unbelievable. He didn't capture the rook.
Just thinking.
He didn't capture the rook. I don't understand. I have to change sports, Kitty. I'm going to leave chess. I'm going to go and do something else. He didn't capture the rook. What was the other guy doing? He's giving up everything. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
I wish not to have this rook on G7 if I were black.
Oh, the other guy's just giving up everything. What is this? Rook takes check and mate. Wow, long castle.
Oh,
And
castle resignation.
now everything is hanging. Look, hanging.
Bishop G5.
Hanging.
My
Bishop
gosh.
G5. I think the other guy was he lost here. Wow. Do you think...
It was calculation?
No, that he thought that the other guy couldn't castle. With all these tactics, he might have thought he couldn't castle anymore. This has happened to me sometimes. You play such a tactical game, and at some point, you don't think you can castle, because of course if you can't castle, this is great. And now he castles and he resigns. This is unbelievable. It could be. Could be, because look at this position. For many moves, the position has been totally unbalanced, with pieces hanging, checks, and in your head, in a lot of moves, you've checked the king and the king has moved. And so when you arrive here, you might have forgotten, or he's just thinking, I'm lost.
But you are always checking your
No,
score.
I think he probably thinks, I'm lost. Okay, I'm lost here. Queen is lost. Bishop is lost. I'm lost. So let's go for fireworks. Okay, that's enough. That's enough for now. No? Wow.
How much? He gave a knight
He gave
on
up.
a 5.
He gave up
A
everything.
rook. He gave a bishop there, pawn, another pawn, then queen.
He gave up everything. He gave up everything, but I'm amazed. Really, I'm amazed that Horvath didn't capture the rook. Not now, but not even now. He could still have captured it now. I'm amazed. But the funny thing is, the computer says that his move is at least as good as the other one. And here, he could have still captured.
He might be worried about e7 square and the bishop from h4.
His queen b4 ideas. It has to be that. But I'm still amazed. I mean, well done, Horvath. Well done.
Michael, let's take a look at the Satraman's game before we
Okay.
take our second break. This is board 5.
Board 5 with Fiorito. Okay.
Too many pieces
So
are off the board, actually.
This is the current position.
Yeah.
And wow, Fiorito, he's bad. Something has happened.
Yeah, we have to take back
Something has
some
happened
moves.
because he was winning. And now he might be losing. Maybe he played too fast in Sethuraman's time trouble. That's something that kids still need to learn about. Let's see where he went wrong. Up to here, he was doing well.
Yeah.
Up to here.
Yeah.
Take.
Yeah.
Take. He's doing well. This is one of the moves we considered. This is another move we considered. He's still doing well. This seems okay. You couldn't capture it because of the bishop, so this is okay. I am slightly worried about this rook here out of play, but okay, let's continue. Okay, this seems to be a step in the wrong direction. Although he still keeps the advantage. Take, sacrifice. Ketty, here we go.
Oh.
He sacrificed the exchange and went for knight b5. Okay, so the sacrifice is good.
Was that
but
necessary?
Knight b5, no, it wasn't necessary, but it's good, but not with knight to b5. He had to play another move here.
I like knight f7 here.
Oh, yes, that's the move. Yes. Double attack here and here. Yes, this is the move. Yes, this is the move. And he probably saw this move, Ketty, but preferred the other one. He probably saw this move, thought it was good, but then spotted the other one, which also looks good. So let's see where the mistake is. Queen here, knight e6, hitting the queen and threatening queen to f4. He probably thought this was winning somehow or other. But of course, rook h4 prevents queen to f4. And now it's unbalanced. Queen g5, he probably thought this was good. Take,
the pawn.
take, and now check, take.
Oh, another pawn is gone.
Another pawn is gone. I think, it's hard to say, but I think he possibly played a bit too fast in his opponent's time trouble.
I agree with that. 1 minute, 20 seconds at this point for Satraman. Black still has way too much time.
Satraman was full calculation, spotted defensive moves, and now he's better. And Fiorito might not. Okay, it's still a game. He has two strong
Maybe
knights.
queen to f5?
Queen to f5. This is the main candidate move. Let's see what happens. Okay.
There's knight e3, knight f1 idea, which can be crucial for white.
Wow. There is a discovered check. Would that be dangerous?
How? Like, I mean, knight e3 attacks the queen.
Attacks the queen.
Yeah.
It's a crusher. Hits the queen. And of course, this check will set up all types of mates. Can't capture the pawn. He can't capture the pawn. So what to do? What to do? Check on g8. King to b7. Or king to d7 even. No.
King to 7, knight f8.
Knight f8. King to b7. Okay, we could check this just in case. Check.
Then knight d8.
Knight d8, but maybe the king can hide somewhere around here. Oh, computer doesn't like this position.
Yeah, knight d8, I guess.
And if I go here,
with this
is it
king.
a4 and then try and mate somehow?
Yeah, queen d5.
Or even knight c6. Oh, there's a queen e5 here. No, this is not so clear.
Queen d5.
Oh, the knight. Yes, you're right. The knight is hanging. I'm sorry. Yeah, we can capture the knight. So this is not good. He still has king takes b5, but there might be a perpetual here. Yeah, there's going to be a perpetual here somehow or other. There's going to be a perpetual. Okay, so where to go with the king to keep the advantage? King to d7 then. But I was worried about knight to f8. And now with these pieces far away, now we go for king c6, protecting the knight. This is it. Yeah. Yeah. This looks more or less okay.
And now, knight a7.
Okay. Okay. Here. Maybe.
You think it's knight c8. Knight c8. Yeah, winning queen.
Maybe this. Yeah. Maybe this, and then capture
on
here,
a7.
And we're just in time.
Yeah.
Because we have the threat here, and we're consolidating.
And there's no check, yeah.
Seturaman only has 1 minute left. They're on move 31. But these moves that we've seen are tricky, but he should be able to find them with 1 minute plus the 30 seconds. So, okay, but it's still tricky. One step in the wrong direction, and Fiorito can get a perpetual, so he has to be careful.
Has to be very careful in this position. With this much low time on the clock, white still have some chances, but I think the worst has passed here for Satraman.
For sure.
And he should be now feeling very, very good that he can turn the tables.
Very confident.
Yeah, all right. I think we are ready to take our second break and come back right when we are going to witness the time pressure on the clock. And that's obviously very, very exciting moments to see players playing very fast and blitzing out all the moves. So guys, we are coming back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Stay with us. Sunset Sitges.
A quest for the most complete chess player. Can you think of a chess event where anyone can win, regardless of whether being a grandmaster or an amateur? Can you think of an event where a win counts more than 2 draws? Can you think of an event that rewards players who enjoy playing more chess games? Can you think of an event that combines different chess variations? We think it is possible. It will be so fun that it should not be a closed tournament, but open to every chess player. And there's no better moment than the 10th anniversary of our Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival to announce a new way of enjoying over-the-board tournaments even more. We'll still have an admirable and very strong classic chess open champion. We'll still have Blitz tournaments winners like in previous years. It'll be the first edition of our event when we'll have a player succeeding in a rapid chess tournament. Also, for the first time in our festival, players will go out of their comfort zone in a Fischer Random Blitz chess tournament. And we'll all have fun playing over-the-board bullet games while having some drinks. But here's the big news. We'll count all the wins players can score in all 5 of these chess variations, and we'll add them weightedly, granting some additional points for the draws they get. But be careful. 1 win will never be the same as 2 draws. Grandmasters and amateurs will be mixed in a single classification, in the quest for the most complete chess player. Welcome to the first ever chess pentathlon. Welcome to Sunway Sitges. Checkmate the climate change. We're close to the climate endgame, and we have an inferior position, but a victorious checkmate to climate change is still possible. We're just pawns in this game, but does anyone know better than a chess player how powerful pawns can be in an endgame? At Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, we recognize the power of isolated pawns, but we love to play in coordination. We can castle and wait, but we always preferred dynamic moves. This is why we ask you to embark with us on this journey to help raise awareness in our beloved chess community. 1 move at a time, and we'll see if a small advantage becomes decisive one day. We can all together put our grain of sand to save our planet. There's no better game to win. So how are we doing more precise moves now than we used to? Less paper, more digital. We stopped using tons of paper to publish and distribute results in pairings, announcements of lectures and side activities, etc. Emails and WhatsApp messages have become our bishops to rapidly spread our messages, and our screens strategically placed across our facilities help cover all squares, so that no one can move without knowing what's going on. It's not only sustainable, it's convenient. Cell phones may be the enemy of fair play in the playing halls, but they are our best ally outside them. We developed our own app for iOS and Android that you can download and open anytime, while not playing, to be up to date with what's going on in our chess festival, and without any risk of being blamed for cheating. It's also available in the smart TV of your room. And what about accreditations? Here's the deal, don't throw them, because with just a little water and minimal care, your accreditation, printed on paper with seeds, will germinate and become a plant. When you're home, it will remind you of the memorable moments you spent at Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and it will cheer you to help us to be just part of the opening of the chess community's game against climate change. Don't get it wrong though, our accreditation won't grow green chessboards. Electronic score sheets are arriving, but we may need some extra time to adopt them. Players will need to keep on writing. However, when printing is necessary, we try to use recycled paper. Less plastic. We may not be able to make it disappear immediately, but we're looking to leave plastic in Zhuangzhuang. Quality and attention to details has always been part of our identity sign at Sunway events. so we're not cutting anything. Will we still be giving pens for notation of score sheets or gifts to participants? Let us keep the surprise, but if we did, who knows, they'll preferably be made with biodegradable and ecological materials. What about free water during the rounds? We will be using sustainable packaging, and we will ask players to take a small step towards sustainability to have their ecological bottles refilled. While we love online chess, over-the-board tournaments like Sunway are a unique experience to take part in. So, what about plastic chess sets? We know we still have many, but we're very aware of time pressure. We're kind of turning back the clock to enlarge the number of wooden boards and pieces in our tournament, in a timeless move for eco-chess crusaders. Better accommodation. Since 2021, our 4-star hotel in Sitges has the Biosphere certification in tourism, which recognizes our continuous improvement towards more sustainable models. And, knowing that chess players require very well-lit playing halls, since 2023, solar panels installed next to the main playing hall are producing part of our own energy. There are many other measures that Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa, venue of the Chess Festival, has been introducing during these years to reduce its carbon footprint, improve water efficiency or allow energy savings, like changing almost all lighting to LED lighting, or installing motion sensors to activate lights in the hotel's less crowded areas, detecting even the quietest chess players. Sensors in windows and doors limit the useless operation of air conditioning machines when those windows and doors are open. Taps in restrooms have been changed to prevent the waste of water, which is precious in our warm Mediterranean location. Amenities left in the rooms for guests are biodegradable and ecological, etc. All guests at Sunway Hotel and Apartments have free bicycles to facilitate their mobility, reducing the environmental impact of transportation. There's no more enjoyable and sustainable way of entering a game or of mentally analyzing your moves after hours of concentration than to cycle along the seafront promenade. And for those who don't want to cycle, we also provide free bus passes that will allow you to forget your own car during your stay in Sitges. Responsible F&B management. Just in case players haven't eaten any opponent's pieces during their games, we make sure they have enough quality food and beverages in our restaurants at Sunway Playa Golf Hotel and Spa. Purchase from local suppliers, when possible, to reduce the impact of CO2 and promote proximity trade is just part of our game strategy. It's not only time we don't like to waste, so we use efficient waste management to get a better endgame position. Selective garbage collection, or use of returnable glass bottles and other containers, are our defense, no matter if Sicilian, Slav, or French, against environmental degradation. And our openings list includes the use of biodegradable and recycled single-use items such as tablecloths, straws, or napkins. Let's talk coffee. It's organic, it's sustainable, and it's in a biodegradable cup. Even our coffee beans are in on this eco-chess game. And we don't forget the quick response QR codes, which are available in our restaurants, and they remind us that a quick response is what our planet needs. Chessable Sunway Sitges Chess Festival was born 10 years ago with a mission, offering quality and taking care of details. We want every player to feel like a grandmaster. It's time to expand that mission for our next editions. We want every player to get a grandmaster in sustainability norm. We're far from perfect, but we're studying, training and calculating to improve. Climate change seems to be using the latest version of Stockfish, but working all together can build an unbeatable database of ideas to checkmate it. Welcome to our green and sustainable chess festival.
coming back into the third round of Chessable Sunway Citrus Chess Festival. We are in the studio, Katy and Michael. Michael, while we were on our break, the game that is into the attention of this tournament and the world is Dominguez against Pranav, and the game has already finished.
Yeah, we're always very unlucky. I think this happened to us also in the first or the second round. We went to break, which we really have to because we need to recover a bit of energy, and one of the games finished. So when we came back, we were informed that during the break, Lenier had unexpectedly won the game, and also brilliantly. And of course, we left the position a while ago, and it did seem that there was quite a bit of work to be done to improve and win the position. So I think the first thing we should do is quickly go and see how Lenier was able to finish off the game, and so quick from the position we had before. What do you think? To get to the game?
Good idea.
Let's
Good
go.
idea.
It's a very important victory for Lenier, of course. Now he's on 2.5, and tomorrow he'll face a player with a big FIDE rating. So we left the position here, and we were suggesting maybe some ideas with f4 and bring the rooks to the attack. The attack happened, but in a different way. Let's see. So Pranav played bishop d7, rook to b3, bishop to e6, mistake. A big mistake. Now, it's hard to see for the moment why, but I'm suspecting that after exchanging bishops and queen to b2, these ideas you were mentioning before can now take place. So bishop e6, a huge mistake, and after playing an excellent game. Well, he could do it straight away, of course.
Nice, right
so
away.
he doesn't even have to change, and if he's take, then win the game. Take. I wonder what the kid saw here. He just loses a piece.
He lost a piece in 2 moves after bishop g5. No, there was a blunder, bishop b6.
What did he miss here? Now he comes in queen. Now he's going to go for the attack with the extra piece. We're going to go back and see what happened, why he missed this, but it's quite extraordinary. Rook to g3 and bishop to f6. And the key idea here, as far as I understand, if take,
Queen g4.
queen g4, and it's very difficult to stop a mate on g7. And if he doesn't take, what moves does he have? Maybe this, and how can we
Rook
perform
e8?
it?
Like rook g7
Rook
first?
g7
Yeah.
is a killer. It's a killer.
Yeah, queen g4.
It's a killer, and queen g4. So let's just drop back a bit and try and understand what went through the mind of Pranav after playing so well and making this bishop e6 blunder. What didn't he see?
He didn't see this idea that...
Queen b2 and
yeah,
the knight was
yeah,
pinned.
Yeah.
But it seems simple for a player who's played so well up for the moment.
Yeah, he might just got a little bit relaxed. Sometimes you are... When there is no pressure, he doesn't have any problem here.
Already
it could be a
here-
very long game for Dominguez.
Okay, I've got it. Look, Katy, look what happened. He has 26 minutes, yes? He's in this position. And he thinks for 6 minutes and plays bishop d7. So here, typical of kids, he's already thinking bishop here and bishop here. And in this position, it's working.
It's fine.
It's fine. So he plays bishop d7. Lenier quickly senses the trick. He's seen it, and he goes bishop b3, and the kid blitzes out bishop e6 because it was working
He
before.
blitzed it out, yeah.
And then he doesn't realize this queen b2. Of course, let's see what would have happened if he takes straight away. And now queen b2, I think there's c4. And black holds. So this is something that this is also good for white, but not so good. He doesn't win a piece. So this is something that kids have to be aware. When you calculate in advance and then blitz out the second move, don't be surprised if it's a mistake. Experience and
Wow,
the kid,
was a really nice play.
he'll take
here
a
from
lesson. He'll
Yeah.
take it. He played very well, and he'll take a lesson. He'll take a
He
lesson.
played really well, but that's unfortunate blunder. You described it well,
I think
very
that's
well.
that
That was,
what
I
probably
agree.
happened.
That was the issue.
The idea is okay
Yeah.
in a vacuum, but when the position changes, there's a mistake. And Lenier in the other kid's time saw this and quickly played rook b3. So the other kid doesn't have time to start thinking. Let him play the move he wants to hang himself with.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a fun
why you
one.
have to think just
to
a little
think.
bit if you are blundering something with your move. But it was looking so peaceful.
Looked good.
Yeah. Okay. Good for us that we do have so many more games. I suggest to go straight away to the first board because Kirill Alexenko is having really difficult position. If we can see the final position. After e5 is the last move, actually.
This is
Now
really
black
difficult
is
for him.
thinking how to save the game.
So difficult for him. The pawn is just advancing to the end. How are you going to save this position? What move are they on? Move 38. So there's 2 moves to go for the 40 move control. And Alexeyenko, his body language is definitely not the language of a player with a confident position in himself. However, his opponent, James Morris, I mean, he's twerkling the pawn. Yep, he's got everything under control. It actually seems as if it's his move, so maybe there's one more move being played here. Rook d2, okay. So what to do here? You're being attacked on f2 with 2 pieces. Of course, queen takes g7 is not possible because of the knight. And g4 would be a mistake because then he would swap queens. And the knight could jump to f4. So this would be a mistake, probably for sure. So what to do in this position? Let's see what to do. How to defend the pawn on f2? Should we just play rook f1? Or should we play e6 and abandon hope on the pawn? Okay, I think we can play e6 actually. Because if he takes the pawn with the rook, we win the queen. And if he exchanges queens first, and then captures the pawn, I think something like bishop d5, I'd have to calculate this. No, this mate straight away. So he has to capture with this pawn here. And now e7 wins. He's about to lose this game. If he plays e6, I think the game is very near to finish. Kitty, look.
If the pawn gets all the way to e6 or e7, that's it.
I think
the game is
everything is
over.
working.
Knight is outside right now.
I
on
think
h5.
if he plays e6 now,
Cannot blocked, yeah.
I think the game is over because you can't capture the pawn on f2, and he's about to play. His body language tells me he's about to play. Let's see. Let's stay here. This would be a major upset. Huge upset because Alexeyenko is a world-class player.
I really like queen takes b8 first because we are destructing rook from f8 and then push.
Perfect.
Rather than to have this opportunity, it's probably nothing on because of the back rank issue.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but the thing is,
nothing,
if we don't change, he could always have a chance to get his queen.
Yeah.
I don't think it changes much. But so just change first and then just push the pawn. Why not? He'll get his knight back into play. Okay, we could become really creative and stick in g4 first here and then e6. But let's say we go e6, knight f6, and now e7. It just doesn't look as after bishop f7. For sure, this pawn will cost him the knight. And that should be the game.
That should be the game because there's other side of the board. Still, white has this b3 pawn, very important pawn actually, and the king on h8 is very weak.
This should be the game. I do think that Alexeyenko will still carry on with something like c4, trying to go for b3 afterwards, but with correct defense, this is 1-0. So let's wait a moment.
And also,
here.
you can always keep the bishop here on this file. Yeah, you can just somehow manage to promote the pawn so nicely.
But I do think we need the bishop to promote the pawn. But we have this other move here, bishop b5. There's many moves to try and get the pawn to the end, taking the tactics of the last rank. Let's see what he does. Did he play? He's scanning the board. But I think it seems quite sensible to exchange queens. He doesn't need to, but it's a human decision and a good human decision. Wow, how did he get from here? Take. He just played slowly, consolidating, and now rook a7. Yeah, he kept the position, and slowly but surely, black just fell in a very dangerous position, and everything was fantastic.
Oh.
Lovely maneuvers, very nicely played. Look, he changed queens. He changed queens, I think. Yep, and now he's going to play e5. Okay, we'll pop back afterwards, but this looks to be very, very...
Actually, we can keep the eye on this one because the other
E6,
games are either done or so far fine.
What's he going to do now? Will he play knight f6? I doubt he'll resign. I think he'll play knight f6. Knight f4 doesn't do anything. It has to be knight f6. What other move do you have here?
How about
In fact,
knight
he
e8
could,
then?
Sorry?
Knight f6, knight e8 to try to block.
That's what he's going to try. Knight e8. And now I was thinking either bishop b5 or bishop f7. One of the two, just to keep up the pressure. But there might be other moves here. By the way, also here, is this possible, Michael? No, I was going to suggest something wasn't possible.
Which move?
There are other moves. I was thinking maybe rook to f7, because putting the rook here threatens this, and you can't go knight e8 because of the mate at the bottom. But there must be several moves to win here.
But Michael, what if we place it possible to play g4 and drag the knights far away from?
But the thing is, if we play g4 now,
knight f4,
then he goes here, and apart from these checks here, I thought the knight might be able to do something, but it's still winning. It's also winning. It's also winning. In fact, I think he could even go king h2 here, rook takes pawn, and king g3. This is a tactic I've seen in some games, this idea.
Nice.
The compute, well, it's also winning. There's so many ways to win in this position. The thing is, he has so many ways to win, but he has to choose one, and he can't take too much time. Oh, they just arrived at the time control.
Yeah, e6 and knight f6 was played.
Yeah, e6, knight f6, and now I actually think the rook f7 is quite good, but because sometimes you want to put the rook on the other side of the pawn to be able to help the promotion.
Because also there is no knight e8 because you will checkmate on the f8.
And also you can get this in some
and
variations.
your rook will never be attacked by the king. King g8 will step on the way of bishop c4.
Rook f7
I love
is
this move.
probably to resign. If you play rook f7, he has to resign.
Yeah.
Because you're threatening also rook takes an e7.
Just like that.
It's practically a resigning move. Let's see, come on. James, are you going to play rook to f7?
Ooh, very important.
But this is move 41. He could take 10 minutes here, because we'll stay. But of course, he has bags of time now. But rook f7 is very good. It's not so difficult to find when you see that e7. You still have to take some time to take the blockader out of the way. So, for instance, if you play rook f7 and he goes h6 just to find a square, I think you can already sacrifice and go e7, and it's 1-0. Rook e8 and bishop to f7. It's lost. I mean, what are you going to do? And
you don't even need to have any sort of technique here. Just attack the pawns on the queen side. They're too weak.
They're blocked. Rook f7 is the sort of move where you can just say, okay.
Enough is enough.
You've crushed me today. I mean, Alexenko went wrong in the middle game. This is also nice for international masters who are trying to improve. If they play well and you have confidence in your game, you can defeat the stronger players because they do make mistakes. Look, there he goes. Did you see his hand went out and then he went back? I think he knows what he wants to play, but you know.
Yeah, in this situation when you have winning position, you also just enjoy the moment because, like, basically you don't every day play against 2600 player at the first board.
There he goes.
Oh.
Again. Puts his hand on top. I think it was a sort of long move, so let's see. But he could play e7. That would be perfectly fine as well.
Oh,
that's different.
Oh.
Wow, he changed. So what did he do?
No,
I think he
E5.
played rook to e5. Okay, so he didn't want to go rook f7.
Is he preparing something like
Well, he wants to
G4,
capture the
G5
pawn.
or something?
No, I just think he wants to capture the pawn. I think he just wants to capture the pawn and win. It's good. This is also good. But he could do g4, g5, but it doesn't make much sense. I just think he wants to capture the
I
pawn.
think he just wants to
double on the
enjoy a
seventh.
winning position longer.
Double on the 7th. He might not have seen the idea of rook f7, f6, and the e7 move allows the other player to block. So he probably thinks, I'll capture this pawn and go to the 7th. And if my opponent plays rook to c8, then maybe...
Rook to c5.
Maybe...
Rook to
yeah,
c5.
yeah, you're right.
In the background.
You're right. This is what he wants to do, yeah. But hold on. Oh, this is going to be nice.
E7 comes
This
on
is
the
gonna be,
way.
this is going to be nice. This is going to be nice. You can't avoid doing these moves here, no? Okay. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, actually, it's quite good rook e5.
Yeah.
But the computer said, which is the best move according to the computer, rook e5 or rook f7? Although
me
both win,
check.
of course, but which one does the computer favor? Just as a...
They're sharing first, second places with a tie.
With a tie, wow.
So a plus 5.91 is... Oh, there is rook c7, actually. Sorry, no, not rook e5.
A rook c7.
Rook c7.
Same ideas.
Yeah.
Same ideas.
But between rook e5 and rook f7, rook f7 seems to be stronger.
But both are winning, yeah?
Both are winning, yeah.
And e7 straight away is winning as well?
e7.
e7 98?
It's so hard to make a move which is not winning, right?
Yeah.
Here.
This is also winning.
It's winning e7, but you need more effort after
The
that.
thing is,
for whatever
Alexenko,
reason.
he doesn't have a move here now. I was thinking after rook
It's
e5.
every move is winning.
No, but for him, what move could he have here to do instead of resigning? I mean, the plan is take and rook c7 and goodbye. What can he do? He has no move. He has no decent move.
No.
No.
There's no any single ideas. Okay, there's a checking.
But there is one idea, which is when for example, h6, just to give it a move, take and take. This is the only idea I can suggest. The only idea, the only creative idea, and it's probably bad, but it's the only thing I
rook
can
c7 probably.
I think I can just take, check, go to e3, and then play e7, and stick my bishop here afterwards. I mean, but even this is winning. So if even this is winning,
There is also king d4 winning the knight. There's
oh wow!
Is there any move
If
which
you're
is not
winning,
winning?
you're winning the knight. Wow! I mean, come on.
Okay, rook c8.
Okay, but this is complete domination. I mean, if you see this, you might as well resign. I mean, you're winning in all the normal lines, and you're even winning if I have my last trick. I mean, yeah. Look, he's looking up. I wouldn't be surprised if Alexenko resigns. Because even though you're going to try until the end, if you have no creative idea, I mean, you need to do something.
You need
Something
to do
decent.
something, and obviously resignation is not the easiest thing
No,
to
but
do.
you need to do something here. But to do something, you need to have an idea. Something where the other player can fall into some trap. But
There's
what?
no single trap, yeah.
Rook c8? No. Rook d6, rook d8. Knight e8.
Maybe, but this is it's not even working. Like something like h5,
h5?
rook c5, knight to e4,
Knight to e4. Let's say
rook
he doubles
c7,
e7.
check.
Check. Okay. But this is an idea at least.
You play bishop f1, I play knight d2 in that position,
Yeah.
and I hold maybe on a draw.
No, or look at this. This.
I think it's still lost.
It's still lost, but I'm fighting here, no?
No, rook h7, rook g7, rook f7, and a checkmate. Oh, not checkmate.
No, but check,
Yeah.
check, and check. But at least this is an idea to play a few more moves.
Yeah. Wow.
h5.
And
Imagine.
if he
And
just plays something like h4 or g3 or
Yeah.
something, that's tough,
But
yeah.
if we get the pawn here, there's this checkmate pattern. But I mean, not even this is working. But now we know he has an idea. So now at least, if you see this, you go for h5 and you play the move and see what happens. And Alexenko's very experienced. So if he's going to do this, he might decide to think a bit, let the other player walk around, and then play the move and maybe get the other player out of his comfort zone. But he could also resign. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, let's change the game.
The second board has been ended, Aravin against
It was a draw. It was a draw.
Kushko.
This position with the two rooks on a3 and h3. Creative, yep. So he went g4, take,
He didn't care about this pawn, actually.
f5, and now he's losing this pawn here. No, not yet. Queen c5. Okay, it seems that here black has a better move than going for the exchange of queens. Now I'm wondering if this move is pawn takes pawn, but against pawn takes pawn, white has e6. So let's just check it. Pawn takes pawn, e6, and now you have to protect your position with knight to f6. Okay, computer says this is okay for black, but it does look...
It does look really
look
weird after
dangerous.
g5, for instance.
g5 and h6.
H6,
yeah. There must be a defense because the computer is holding, but it's not very human.
Yeah.
So...
It's a perfect blitz position. In blitz, you feel very comfortable.
So black played queen c5 just to exchange queens. Rook to g3, take, knight to b8, recycling the knight, take, g5, bishop c5, take, knight d8, rook c3, knight f7, rook g3, bishop f5. Black is playing it very solid. And both players agree to draw more or less around here. Although black is still better. Ooh, here he... At some point here he's missing an opportunity. Maybe he had to play something different than knight f7. Okay. And Aravind. What do you think of this, Ketty? 2 pawns down, but he gets a draw. One pawn down. It's only one pawn and a pair of bishops. So Aravind decided to exchange everything and go for the draw.
For me, the strength of pair of bishop in the end game is more visible, more fillable when I play. And pair of bishop, one pawn for my opponent of pair of bishop, I'm confident. 2 pawns. I had many games where I was 2 pawns down, but I hold it actually. So pair of bishop in the advantage is a huge power when we have both sides occupied with the pawns, of course, not on one side. So
you're right.
Not very surprised.
You're right. So he was a pawn down, but he had the control of the position and decided to play safe and go for the draw. So I think he played h5. Ketty, he went for h5. So he did your move, h5. He saw the idea and he just played h5. So we'll see what happens afterwards. Okay, so let's go back to the games. And now we can check Peralta. We didn't see this for a while. You remember we looked at this game a bit in the opening, but for many moves we haven't seen it. So let's go straight to the final position and see how Fernando is doing. Okay, so... Rook against rook, bishop against bishop, 4 pawns against 3 pawns. So he still has an extra pawn, but there's so little material, the computer says this looks to be heading towards a draw. Let's see what could happen here.
Here's the f4 has been played, right? So perhaps you don't want to allow white to have the pass pawn unless you play bishop f1. It's also one thing. So maybe just take and get here. Get king b3.
This is okay, but I would first think about if I can capture this pawn. If I could capture that pawn free.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I didn't see free pawn. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Should we go for it? No, I thought there may be some pins or something, but for the moment, I think I would go for the pawn. Although actually this move is quite good as well. But let's go for the pawn.
Let's go for it. Also, like shutting down
Yeah,
all
no,
the whites' attack.
This is probably a draw. Of course, they can carry on playing, and someone might make a mistake. But in principle, this should finish in a draw.
But there's also, from white side, I like the king on c3, very active. This king, if the king goes to pawn, it can get very dangerous position for white has to give up somewhere the bishop and still pawns on the board other side. But
it's equal, but there's still play here.
Yeah.
There's still play, because if one of the two players wins the pawn and has a passed pawn, maybe there are some opportunities of forcing the other player to sacrifice his bishop.
But in this position, there are so few pieces on the board. You play rook to a8, you straightforward attacking the pawn, and like, okay, now we trade the pawns, and the game is on the other side of the board, and I have a king there.
Yeah, but so what to do now? Bishop, this might be possible. There's still some chances here if this pawn falls.
I think bishop e6 is quite...
But bishop to e6, I was thinking maybe this. Maybe this. I'm not sure about this, but maybe this. Because I'm thinking, if the bishops are swapped, I have the passed pawn, this one is going to be lost. Here, Fernando would have some chances to win. So I think that although it's draw, according to the computer, black still has to find a few moves if white plays rook to a8. This is a very good move here. Very good move. This one doesn't cut it.
Maybe not to capture pawn on g2 and to go a3 pawn first.
Maybe, but this, according to the computer, this is holding.
Yeah.
But there must be a good move now.
Ah, okay, we're looking
the
for
thing
a
is,
good move.
which is the move? To go here and knock off this pawn? That's a possibility for sure. Or to try and exchange these pawns here somehow. But I don't see this being so easy. So,
how about rook f2? Check.
Oh, stick in the check.
If you play king g3, rook f6, rook a6.
Rook here, hitting
F6.
the bishop, and then here. I like that.
Or bishop a6, yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So
if
he'd probably go
king goes
here.
e5, now we might start to annoy this pawn, starting with giving a check first again.
Another check, just to see where the king's going. But we have to be careful that the king doesn't head towards this pawn here. I like the first check, but I think maybe...
It's okay, because after king f6...
We get the check in e6, no?
King, we're not going now rook a6, but we are going to hit the pawn on g4. Is that possible?
Something like this, no? Yeah. But now, here... I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure.
I was actually thinking, instead of this, how about bishop d3? Or we're...
Okay.
Oh, it might be a blunder, rook c8, yeah.
But you could play this, and against this, play this. No, now we're going to lose a pawn. Computer's holding all the time. But because the computer's very good.
In this position, after bishop d3, king d3, rook a5, and rook e4, we are also holding that with taking on g4.
So bishop f5?
Bishop d3, bishop f5.
Oh, bishop d3, okay.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Here. No, but here he can exchange and then capture the pawn on a5.
And rook e4.
Oh, and then rook e4, okay. Okay, yeah, this should be a draw as well, yeah. So that's why the computer is holding, but they have to find these moves. So not totally simple. It's not a position where you can just say, okay, draw. No, we have to play it.
But I'm not sure that bishop d3 is still correct, because there is rook c8, there's
other moves,
bishop f5,
yeah. It's not completely straightforward, so Fernando still, with some chances to get the win here, based on the fact that if he loses this pawn on g2, he might be able to recover one of these two pawns here. So still to play here in this position. Okay, we'll come back later on. And what other games do we have here?
And one last thing before we jump. If, for instance, if we play something like rook a2 to go after a3 pawn. Okay. How about, I was actually wanted to suggest rook c8, bishop f7 idea, but we're just not on time. Rook a3, rook a4 happens. king f5, king g6 on the way. So I don't know, black is stacked, but is it enough for white,
But
actually?
do you want to go
Rook c8
rook
here.
c8?
Rook a3, bishop f7.
Rook a3, bishop f7,
Rook a4 and...
rook a4.
Oh, maybe
Oh.
even g5.
Ooh.
Or king f5, king g6.
King f5, rook b4, king g6, a4, king takes, a3. It's too risky.
g5 here, here.
So risky. Computer says it's still a draw, but
Ah, okay, you take bishop c4 at some point.
you take and then go rook a8, no? And do something like that.
Yeah.
It should be a draw.
But king b, it's so complicated, really.
But it has to be now, because this one, then you
A2,
lose.
yeah. So you'd have to take.
So you'd have to take here with the bishop,
Rook takes.
go with the rook behind. Now we could
King
go
b3
here
and
to try this.
Maybe take the pawn. Maybe take the pawn.
Maybe just take the pawn straight away,
Yeah.
yeah. Sacrifice, and then g5 in a draw. So it's still a draw. Well, actually here, if I were white, I'd try and play for a win, but it would be a draw anyway. Okay, so we'll check back here afterwards, but let's find some other games which haven't been finished yet. I'm going to see if I can find a game. Let me check just a moment there to see if we can see
Yeah, which
one
one?
of the, if there's a game where there's been any surprises, for example.
The
where-
surprises?
Where a weaker player has defeated one of the. Maybe we
Yeah.
can see if a weaker player has defeated a strong player.
While I'm doing it, let's go to board 7, so we have the chess board,
Yep.
the board, and I will go more deep.
Okay, this is the game between Tin Jingao. He was in Formentera, very strong grandmaster from Singapore, I think. And he's playing against Krishna, one more of the many strong Indian players, although this one doesn't have a title, at least on the screen. Maybe he does have some rating. I want to check here. Ting Jingzhou. Yeah, he's an international master with 2396. Okay, so 245, 245. It's extra material, it's equal material, not such a good bishop, but for those who are looking, I think the knight on a6 is in bad shape. And also the pawn on h5 is about to be lost. So white does have the advantage in this ending. I'm unsure if this is enough to win, because while white goes for the pawn on h5, black will play the knight to d5 and construct a blockade. So probably white will be pressing for the win here. Okay, we'll pop back behind. Let's see what other games we have here.
For the surprises, there was one upset on the board 12. FIDE Master. Araya Grag won against Grandmaster.
Oh,
Pranesh.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Pranesh is actually the player who plays Bullet Blitz tournament every day.
That's what
he
he
likes
did
to do
yeah.
all the activities.
Well, look, he's without any pieces here. I mean, he was continuing this position. Look at the position he was playing, with the rook and a knight down. This is unbelievable how he was playing. He was continuing to play this position with a rook and a knight down. What has happened here? Let's go back and see what happened. Okay, let's start here, for example. Okay, bishop to d3, castle, castle. A normal position of a Miran Sevislav. c5, back, e4, e5. Mistake according to the computer, big mistake according to the computer. So again, a top player makes a mistake in the opening and is duly crushed. Look at this, rook e1.
Oh wow, this pawn becomes a target.
But why
that white is going.
the thing is, why couldn't he play e4 here?
Knight e5 takes
Knight takes d5.
e4.
But doesn't he have this?
97 check.
Oh, nice. So it would go knight takes, and now bishop takes, yes?
Or rook takes.
And you're threatening here, here, and here.
Too much.
Too much. Wow. Wow. So this is a big mistake. It's already winning for white. So he stops the first barrage, tries to trick his opponent. Take, and there might be a piece hanging here. B4, F6, take the pawn. Oh, this is lovely. He's absolutely crushing his opponent. One mistake. Maybe he played too fast. Did he play the Blitz tournament last night, Pranesh?
He played them.
I don't like playing Blitz tournaments at the high level in the middle of the tournament.
Then your hand, your mind is
everything is going
starting to
faster.
be adjust to it. And also he played bullet the other day. So
Not such a good idea, but kids love playing these rhythms, no? I just want. Oh, he gave up the bishop here. Oh, so this is the key position. He's lost, but now he loses a knight and a rook. Let's see how that happens. Rook e7, threatens mate. Okay, here he gives up his knight.
Oy.
He can't exchange queens, so he gives up the rook as well. Oh no, it's check. Block.
Oy.
No.
Oy.
Okay, of course, because either he exchanges queens or he gets mated on g7. So he finds this creative move. Take. Okay, this was a trick. The last trick. Queen takes queen, rook takes d1 check. It was a sort of...
I think it's even that is losing, yeah.
A farewell check, no?
So
A
bad
farewell
position.
check. But here he could have resigned already, no? Okay, he took two moves
did
more.
resign, yeah.
So, yeah, Pranesh crushed in the opening due to just one mistake, but a big mistake.
Yeah, board 3, what I see right now on my screen is that it's a very deep middle game. Is that right? Move 15?
Board 3, we're having issues with board 3 every day. Clearly, there's something wrong. No, this position
The
was...
other day was 4, actually, board 4.
Was it 4? Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So we're having some issues on these boards. Well, we'll try and talk to the technical team to see if they can solve it for tomorrow.
Let's see if we have players on the board 3.
Maybe we can get at least the screen.
Yeah.
So the players are Sadai Kayar with black and Abhimanyu Puranik with the white pieces. If we can get that board up, we might be able to see a close-up and see how the game is going. Because we can't... Look, there it is. So the game is still in progress.
The game is progress. Let's go full screen and let's try to understand who stands better in this position. Somehow black's pawns are swapped off the 7th rank.
There is a pawn on a7 for white. It's just too far away for me to see.
Pawn on
completely.
a7, rook on a6, black queen on e8, king on h8, rook on a8. There is a piece on c5.
I wonder if we can zoom in just a bit more.
I think there is
that
an...
possible?
Yeah, we can zoom a little bit. I think black also has a knight on c5.
There we go. There we go. This is nice. Zoom, 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 zoom. Now we can see the position better.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
So here is the situation. White queen d5, rook a6, pawn a7.
Yep.
Black knight b5, rook a8, queen e8.
So does black have an extra piece?
Extra piece?
But there's something on c5. What's on c5?
There
Is
is
it a
a
knight?
pawn.
Or a bishop, maybe? Is that
White
a bishop?
bishop?
Is that a white bishop? I can't see what's on c5. There's something behind the queen. In between the knight and the... Yeah, that
We're
looks
just
like
walking on the board. Oh, there is a pawn on c5. Yeah, black,
black
is a...
pawn.
Yeah, black is a piece up.
So black
But
has a
white
piece
has a
up.
compensation. Yeah.
Black has a piece up and a pawn. No, a full piece. But the compensation is the weak black king and the pawn on a7. Okay, but it looks meager, no? Okay, but the threat is rook takes h6 check. So black has to be slightly careful here. So it's a full piece, but there are a couple of threats. So what to do with black here? Let's see. What to do with black? candidate
And
moves.
this check is quite strong because after the
Very
check,
strong.
queen g5 comes, rook f6, and they
Yeah.
will start to checkmate. Black gonna give a check himself. Queen e1, king g2, queen e2, king g1.
Okay, I was wondering if he captures the pawn on a7 with the rook, and white takes the pawn on h6 with check, we can block with the rook
Rook, good
to
idea.
h7.
There's no check.
There are no checks, and we get rid of the pawn on a7, which is very important. It's impossible for us to go from this position to the position on the board, so we'll just leave it here. But it does seem to me that black should be winning here, which means another surprise result, because, I mean, Manu is, on paper, much stronger than his opponent from Uzbekistan. But as you know, Kati, there is a big delegation of Uzbekistan players. They came to play a tournament last week, 27, and here, I think 21 of the 27 players came here. So there's a big
delegation.
delegation
of
of Uzbekistan
kids,
playing
actually,
here.
but I was more surprised and quite shocked. There are some certain amount of kids, but there's double amount of people who are recording them. They were like so many cameras. I don't know, is it some
They're
sort
following
of
the kids. Well, Kati,
team or parents? But it was
probably sisters,
very
brothers,
surprising.
parents, families. But we have to remember that Uzbekistan is the current Olympic champion.
Yes, and
which-
the host
and the host of the
upcoming
Olympiad. Exactly. And also the Blitz and Rapid in Samarkand. So it's bubbling with chess now.
It was really shocking for me too, because we don't have that much chance to see the playing venue, what's happening, who are there. But yesterday, the Blitz tournament, there was like 10 kids and 10...
And they were filming everything, no? Trying to make some sort of documentary maybe, or who knows?
So interesting.
Who knows? Uzbekistan coming strong to the tournaments in Spain. Okay, let's just pop back. This was our analysis, but the position on the first board, he's basically played h5, rook takes c5. We're on the first board between Jamie Morris and Alexeyenko. Okay, he's played h5, rook takes, doubles on 7th, knight blocks, and rook to f7, rook e1, and this is the position. Kedi, what do you think? Alexeyenko is making him sweat the win. If you want to beat me, you need to sweat it out. I mean, I'm not going to give it to you easy.
Not so easy. That's indeed what he's doing, but...
What to do here?
But the position is so good for white.
I'll tell you what I would do.
Yeah.
And then tell me if you agree or not. I would play rook to f8. And my idea would to threaten rook to e7 and chop off this knight.
Love it.
And there's only one thing I was thinking, it's not going to happen, but I was wondering if Alexeyenko was thinking of some sort of self-stalemate or something weird.
Nice.
But there's too many pawns. There's too many pawns. It's not going to happen. But if I play this, what do you do here?
I like these stalemate ideas.
But it's not going to happen. It was a fun thing to see. This is very strong. What do you do now?
I play...
I think you have to play rook c8. So you can play knight to d6.
I was actually thinking rook d8, rook d1 and h4, but not on time.
But even this is winning. I'll take my time. But I mean, this position is totally lost. I mean, it's kaput. But of course, this, I can see black trying to hold this position for quite... It's probably lost anyway, but I can see in some scenarios...
Rook c2, rook b2. And the long game, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I can see this type of position. Alexeyenko would be fine trying to hold it to a draw. So there must be better ways to go. But I still think that rook f8 should be winning. And that's just one of the moves. I also think that e7 should be winning. But rook f8 looks very strong. I mean, it's because the knight is in big trouble. Let's see if he's played. No, he's still thinking.
Yeah.
Is there any other move that you could
But
consider
after
here?
rook to f8 and rook c8, you can also play bishop b5. That's another issue, yeah?
But does he have knight to d6 there?
Here, here.
Does he have this one here? This would hold just a bit. This is just holding with a thread with a...
Yeah.
No, but there must be a good move here. Rook e7 is good, but rook to d7 is also
Oh.
very good. This is very good as well.
How about if we start to checkmate black in this position? So you want to play knight to d6. And by the time black plays knight d6, we play rook e8. So h4 here.
Okay, to cut off the king escape
Yes.
here, no? Okay.
Knight d6. Rook takes. Knight takes, rook e8.
I have to think that this must be the move. Oh, I see where you're going. I see where you're
It's
going.
not enough, you know.
I see where you're going. But I don't think there's checkmate there. I don't think there's checkmate, and things are getting...
He did very smart thing.
Yeah,
He played
yeah.
rook to e7.
Rook to
Very
e7,
smart.
yeah.
Starting
that's the
with
move.
that, so he basically wants the same.
This is the move. I mean, you threaten rook f8 now.
Yeah.
The thing is here, he can't play knight d6
Yeah.
yet because of the check on g7.
And after rook to c8, bishop b5 is now.
Yeah.
Oh, well done. He combined both of our ideas.
Let's
yeah?
try a last minute trick.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Now, I'm going to lose, but I'm making it fun. Let's see. I think I can just do this. I think even this works. He's lost. He's lost. There's still some fun tricks, but it looks if it's getting to the end. This is the main upset of the game. Very well played by James Morris. Very well played. Very well played. Okay. Fernando. Let's see if the position resembles, more or less resembles what we were thinking. Heading towards a draw. Rook takes pawn. Probably rook takes rook, and the game is drawn. And the other game we were checking was, let's go. A lot of the games are finished already.
Yeah, a lot of games are finished. What we have on the top boards, we do have 4 games in progress, including
4
this
games.
one. Yeah.
You know, Atosa Purkasian, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm mistaken, I don't want to make a mistake here. I think she's the wife of Hikaru Nakamura. I think so, and she's playing here with black. Is that correct or not?
Yeah.
Oh, I made a
I thought
mistake
you,
there.
no, it's they're made. But
I'm
I
very
thought
careful.
you-
I'm very careful. Extremely careful. Extremely careful. But they married recently, yes?
Yes.
So she's here playing, and she's playing with black here, and it doesn't look good for her. It's her, yes, Atosa?
It's
Yeah,
her.
she
but
has a name which
played-
can't be confused with Atosa
She
Purkasian.
played a really good game yesterday.
She
and
defeated the
won
Grandmaster yesterday,
against
yeah.
Grandmaster, but she was a bit unlucky in the first round because her opponent paired was in the list, and then he didn't show up. So
She
will
won
play
by forfeit. Yeah.
9 games on.
She'll play a 9-game Swiss, which is okay as well.
Yeah.
But of course, you come here to play the 10 rounds. These things happen in the career of a player. Every now and then you'll get to forfeit and what to do. But here, she's in trouble because not only does her opponent have an extra passed pawn very near the end, but also in some scenarios, the king will go to g6 and she'll be
Oh,
mated.
this king is
So
looking.
if you move the queen,
Weird.
the king goes in. And if you move the pawns, the white pawn is faster. So what to do? I mean, look at the pawn. It's about to get to the end.
How about queen e4, queen e8 checkmate?
Oh, nice. I would definitely try that. I wonder if it's best to put it here and sort of say, okay, go in here if you want, but I'll mate you anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so how do we stop this? Maybe queen to d7 seems, yeah, this one seems standard. Now you put the queen here, and you just keep pushing.
Oh, there's another very nice idea.
Okay.
You give it check, queen c8,
Okay, okay.
king h7,
Okay.
and you play king e6, queen e6.
Queen to e6, okay. And you get mated.
You take it g6, checkmate.
Go Atosa, go Atosa. Go Atosa, go Atosa. We're rooting for you. But this, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think.
Funny.
But if Hikaru's listening to us, go Atosa, go Atosa. But I think this will not happen. This will not happen. But it's nice. It's nice. With this type of situation with the king, these things can happen, but I think not today. Okay, so let's see. A6 has been moved. She has to decide on a move. I think she will try one of these two moves. There's not much else to do. But after queen d7, I think it's a position where you might have to resign. Is there any other idea?
You did dislike my ideas? It's just a great.
There is no other idea, no? What about this pawn here? Is this worth capturing? Could there be some g6 and some check on e5? Let's just briefly check this. You never know, but this is probably lost. I can even capture
then
here.
we can start with queen e4 instead.
Okay,
So the idea is that after king g6, you drop pawn on g4.
okay. Okay, okay, but I think he can even capture this one here. And against this check, play something like g5.
Queen h4.
Oh,
Checkmate.
Oh, go, Atosa, go. So yeah,
How many
we have
checkmates
to be a
out?
bit careful.
How many checkmates we can find out?
Okay, so this is the way to go. Yeah, this is clearly the way to go. Play the queen to, where was it? To e4.
Queen e4, yeah.
Queen to e.
But it's funny, so...
Something's happening here. Look, the computer's going crazy.
You know what's funny?
Look what happened. The clocks.
Yeah,
Something's
oh my
going wrong here.
gosh, something is, oh wow. You know what's funny? We came here, we said, black is having such a bad position. And so far we saw 3 lines and all of them ended up with a checkmate.
Black is okay. But look at the times. The times is going
crazy. Yeah.
Times are going crazy. And also on the screen up the top. So maybe we should tell our technicians, guys, the times on the real screen are going crazy. Something's happening
not
there.
Our fault. It's not our fault.
Not now they stabilize. Stabilize. Okay, so queen e4 has to be played and some g6 idea and just hope for the best. But it's losing. As we have to be serious, let's show how this would be the threat. White could easily play queen to d7, and now we play g6, and here we just do simple things like pawn takes pawn. There's a check on e5. I'm trying to make sure I don't mess it up. I'm trying to make sure not to mess it up. But of course, if I take on h6, you check me on f4. But I'm going to do it anyway. And I'm going to come back.
G5.
I'm going to come back. And now I'll play g5, queen e2, and finally king h6. So this is the correct way of doing it. That's to make sure our viewers are, although we're having a bit of fun and showing fun variations, with correct play, Atosa will probably lose the game, which is unfortunate, but...
Yeah, it's a long tournament. Even if she didn't play first round, she still has many more to go. So let's go back on the first board. Seems like Kirill Alisenko is looking for all the possibilities to hold the game longer. So
oh, what's happened here?
Where is the knight? This is not the current position.
Yeah. This was like this. It was rook e7, rook g8, Bishop d5, probably threatening bishop to c6, king h7, king h8. He's looking for some trick. Take.
No, it's not a game.
Wow, this can't be possible.
No, it's not a game. I don't know why we have these moves on the board, but
No, something is weird here. This is not possible.
after king g8, white played rook d7 here.
After king g8,
Yes, rook
white
d7.
played rook d7.
Yes.
Can we do the move here?
Yes.
Okay. Can we get a close-up of the position of James Morris against Alexienko? There we go. We're going to get a close-up, and we'll be able to pinpoint the exact position. Okay, rook to d7, and this is the position, yeah?
Yeah.
This is the position. Okay.
Okay, why rook d7? This is very interesting because now white is setting up a trap.
Yeah.
White wants to play, let's say h4.
Yeah.
We need the board back. Let's wait for a bit. Okay, h4, rook to g7, knight to g7,
Okay.
e7. But it's
E7
not so
check.
good move.
e7 check, but okay.
King might go to...
But he can actually play this move here.
And after
against
rook
d8,
d8,
rook takes e7, just try and hold this position. In the
Yeah,
worst
yeah,
case.
yeah, it's not
there's
good.
another move, Ketty, look. Against h4, the simple move is e7,
E7,
1-0.
yeah.
But I think this is very nice. I'm not sure if it works, but if it works, it's lovely. Rook to d8.
Ooh, and
Rook takes
e7.
and e7. But I'm not sure if it works, because now, again, there's the counter strike. Oh!
Oh,
It does work. I can't see why, but it does work. Oh, this is very nice. Checkmate.
checkmate, yeah.
Oh,
Wow, nice.
wow. But of course, he'll just play e7. He won't go for this rook d8. He'll just go e7, then that's it. Fernando's just finished. The game has probably ended in a draw.
Yeah.
And here, he'll just play e7. h4, e7. And what to do now? The threat is check, and the threat is rook d8. Game over here. Game over. No
He
chance
was
at all.
finding all these final resources, Kirill here, but I think
No,
this
Kirill-
really looks all
Kirill
the
did what he
end.
had to do.
Yeah.
Instead of resigning, he played h5 and h4, and I mean kept his hopes alive. But the position was far too gone. He wasn't able to get back then. Okay, so
Okay.
Fernando drawed. We're going to stay with. I think we should stay with this position here
Okay.
and see how this one ends.
Let's do the full screen because this is very,
Yeah,
very
we can do the full
nice,
screen. Yeah, we can do the full screen.
nice moment when James Morris,
Yeah.
who is international master 2437, he has a moment.
Oh, something wrong with the.
It's okay.
Okay, we'll go to full screen. The move played was king h7 again. And now, presumably, he can go rook to f8. No, this one's... Something weird's happening here. Okay. So, presumably, he can go rook to f8 and just pin the knight. Or go e7. But I think he can go rook f8. I wonder if there is some... But you can't have stalemates with so many pawns. But I wonder if he's... You know, Alexienko's putting the king on a7 and g8. It seems as if he's waiting for something to happen where with his king on h7 there's some trick. And the only tricks there are stalemates. But as long as he can go to h6, there's no stalemate. So I'm not sure what he's trying to do. You can go rook f8 now, and that threatens rook e7, you win the knight.
Is e7 impossible here in this position? Like,
But
we
you can do it, but there's no point.
don't need it.
If you don't, you need to win the knight.
Yeah.
You need to get the knight out of the way. So the fastest way to go is to go rook f8. If the knight moves, you lose the rook, and then play rook e7. But something's worrying him. It's hard to say.
So, Michael, for now, what we have the situation, the first board could be an upset if
Yes.
white converts. And also there was one more upset, board 8. Oh no, this board 8 was your favorite sacrifice.
I think that there was an upset on board 15. I think one of the Fioritos defeated a stronger player.
Board 12 was also upset. Grandmaster lost there without knight and the rook. And you said 15.
I think there was another Fiorito that I think he won on, I can't remember which board, but there was another.
This one? No.
I think it's this one here. Yes, Francisco Fiorito. This may be the younger Fiorito, the kid, the 14-year-old, and he's defeated a grandmaster, so that's very good. So the Fiorito's doing very well. Even the older one had a winning position. So there are quite a few, not so many, but 3 or 4 upsets, which is normal in every round. Okay, so I think he's ready to play. There he goes. Yep, he played rook f8. I'm just going to see if I can put the position on the board for myself, but no, this is not the position. There has been something wrong with the DGT boards, so we're going to stay with the full screen. Rook f8, as if we can zoom in as best as possible, so that the spectators can see the real position. But basically, as we can see there, the rook on f8 is attacking the knight. The knight can't move because of the rook on b8, and white is just threatening to put the rook on e7 and win the knight.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem easy to me. I can only see rook c8 as a possibility, and that will not be enough. So I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if white plays h4 at some point, just to stop the only possibility of black, which is to put the pawn on h4 and double in the eighth.
Yeah, h4, if knight gets back on f6 at some point, with knight g4 idea, then
that
f3 you still have
Yeah, but
f3.
that is true. But if the knight jumps to f6 with the rook hit, there could be a perpetual. You know, knight g4, rook h1, imagine you get mated there. That would be a disaster. So it's best not to play h4 just in case. Rook c8, he played rook c8. And the idea of rook c8 is that against rook e7, attacking the knight, he can jump to d6 and save the game. Alexeyenko is defending with everything. I mean,
can white go here, rook, bishop to a6?
Bishop to a6.
Hitting the rook.
Hitting the rook. And if rook to c1,
take
capture the knight. And then he will go h4. G4. That's the variation, G4. And that's probably winning, yes. Yeah.
Can make one more checks and the king gets eventually on f3 and that's it.
Unless there's some tactical pattern that I don't know about, that's a win. By the way, in that position, against g4, if h takes g3, you can't do f takes g3 because of the mate, but you can take king takes g3 and that's a win as well. It's a pity we can't get the position on the board. Something's happened to the PGN. The PGN obviously doesn't correspond to what's happening on the board, so we'll stay with this game, and we could probably wrap it up when this game finishes because most of the round is done.
The most of the round is done, so we're just.
But it'll be cool to finish the round with this final position if Morris is able to finish off Alexeyenko. That would be a huge win for him, and will definitely put some difficulties for Alexeyenko to win the tournament. Like he's in deep calculation there.
See, not so easy. First, it was Dominguez who lost the first point in the second round, like they lost half point. And now Alexeyenko is also struggling. So it's not that easy. Also on the second board, Arvin drew. That makes actually the third game is still in progress. Fourth game also draw, and I think Setraman might be the person who will play tomorrow on the first board.
Yep. Yeah.
And we go down all the way to the sixth seeded player, Setraman. I really like the playing venue, all these colors, the lights. There are also some elements of the flowers or plants which create some fresh area in the room with a lot of players inside. You mentioned, Michael, that it's really hot inside because of many people, but somehow this playing venue seems very cozy to me. With all these lights, blue lights, some of the plants on the side. So I saw in our production room the whole screen with a lot of cameras, and it was really beautiful picture.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. As we're saying every day, I mean, if you have some vacation time in this moment of the year and you enjoy playing a nice chess tournament, you should come over, book your tickets for Sunway Sitges next year, and you have a great time. It's a good tournament, strong. You have the A group with the masters, you have the B group to play in a more relaxed, calm way. You also have the master classes in the morning. You have the workshops. Today it was the rice. We did the rice workshop. Tomorrow there's yoga, if you enjoy yoga. Also, there was a football game tomorrow. There's paddle game. So many things to do. So many
paddle tournament, right?
But I think it was football today. Or maybe both. I'm not sure. There's ping pong tournaments. There's table tennis. Look, another move has been played. If we can get close up, because this must be near the end. Must be near. What does he play?
Near the end.
He played e7, yes?
e7.
So now he's threatening rook to d8. Now he's threatening rook to d8. And he'll win the rook. So rook to c7. Okay. Last tricks of the game. Bishop to b5. Protects the rook.
Protects the rook.
And now threatens rook takes knight. And let's see what's the last thing he can come up with.
Rook e7.
Now, he has to exchange rooks and then play knight to f6. And he'll be a piece down.
Rook e7 here. Rook e to e7.
Sorry?
Rook e, e7.
Rook e to e7.
There's a rook behind the flag.
Oh.
Black's rook.
But isn't there...
But white is still winning the piece.
No, but you play rook to e7, then rook takes e8. So if rook to e7, you play rook d7 takes e7.
Yeah.
Rook takes e7 and rook takes e8.
Yes.
Exactly. So you win the piece. You win the piece. Yeah, I think that's it's over. No, I was thinking rook takes d7, bishop takes d7, knight to f6, e8, take with the knight, take with the rook, and resign. Because you can't play that position a piece down. I mean, it's a full piece.
It's a full piece.
So maybe...
If there are only pawns on the king side, you might wait your opponent to show the technique. But when there is another side, the pawns over there, I don't see that here.
No, maybe it's a good moment to resign, or maybe there is a final trick. I'm not sure. I wonder if Jamie Morris has defeated a player so stronger than Alexeyenko in his life. Difficult to know that, no?
Difficult to know.
2700. Look, he resigned. Yeah, he resigned, and a huge win for James Morris, who has taken down seed number 2, but actually number 1 in today's round, Kirill Alexeyenko, and also has done it in good style. This is not a game where he's gotten lucky at some point. No. He's played from the opening serious. He increased his advantage, played a good middle game, and excellent endgame technique.
Beautifully done. Just checking right now, Maurice James has played against candidate masters in other 2 rounds. Below both of them, then 2200 player. Now he goes with 2600 player, 2670. It's not only 2600 player, 70 point, very close to 2027, and he takes him down. He should be very proud now. This is the moment. Let's take a look once again. He's sitting there. Wow, look at him. He drank all the water in the glass.
He's very happy.
A lot of energy has been
He deserves the victory. He played very well.
Yeah.
And James, if you do see the commentary and this video at some point, congratulations, because we've been following the game since practically the beginning, and we think he played very well. So congratulations.
Absolutely.
And as you can all see, the round is coming to an end. 2 or 3 end games in the lower boards, and I give it to you.
Yeah, a really, really interesting day today. We can just summarize, starting with Dominguez,
Yep.
winning a very important game. He's not getting any rating out of today's
That is
game, but he needs tomorrow. This win brings him tomorrow a higher rated player, opponent. And we do have the upsets. The first board, big upset.
Big upset.
Big upset. Board 12. From first we jump all the way to 12, but this is a tournament of 300 and almost 400 players, and half of them are title players.
Yep.
So board 12 is we can consider them as a rating favorites and the top boards, and board 15 also was an upside. But the other games were also very interesting.
Yep.
They might end in a draw, for instance, Aravin on the second board, but it was,
His opponent had chances. His opponent definitely had chances. So what we're seeing is very tough games. The underdogs are playing extremely well.
Yeah.
And if you want to win a game here in Sitges, you have to bring your A game and keep it till the end of the round. It's not enough to just come here, sit down, okay, I'm going to win. No. The kids are coming to defeat you in this tournament.
Warning.
And we'll see more of this tomorrow, for sure.
Tomorrow will be even more interesting because more and more title players are winning their games, or they're getting very close to top 10 boards. We might see even Grandmaster fighting against another Grandmasters on the top boards. You guys don't want to miss any of this day of Chessable Sunway Chess Festival. We do have many more days still going on, but we are inviting you tomorrow at 4:30 to join us, our commentary. It has been Katty and Michael in the studio. It's time to say goodbye today and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.